Hello and welcome, or I guess anybody that was here during the workout stream, welcome back. And well, yeah, I'm back within a pretty short amount of time. Had to like rush home, get some things done, and then now I'm live. And it was a great workout stream. Appreciate everyone that passed by. Appreciate the follow from then. And so now we're switching gears. We're gonna be talking with Not So Erudite, a fellow streamer, streams on both Twitch and YouTube, and they cover a range of topics, a lot of psychological research or mental health issues, and they also speak about men's issues or about the Red Pill community. I will shout them out if you want to follow them or check out the conversation on their channel. By all means, go for it. But it should hopefully be an interesting conversation. It stems from, or at least the original reason why I reached out to them, because they were on a panel, actually a panel that I was like trying to make my way on, hosted by Montreal Player, where it was a panel with Aiko Rules, Team, Montreal Player, obviously, and Not So Erudite themselves. Oh, and Jamie. No, it was not a WIC panel. It was Montreal Player specific. I'll shout them out as well. They're an occasional streamer. They pretty much like do panels, conversations, whenever they can work in the time. But like, yeah, it was definitely an interesting panel. I watched all of it. I think I watched all of it twice, both live or like watched the VOD twice, because I think a lot of potentially interesting things were brought up. Points of agreement, points of disagreement. There was like a large amount of time that was spent specifically talking about Jordan Peterson, obviously. When talking about men's issues or like the Red Pill community, it's almost an inevitability that Jordan Peterson will get brought up, I think, at some point. And obviously, I've spoken many times before about Jordan Peterson. I certainly mostly come from a place of heavy criticism. One moment, just gonna check my Discord. Hello?
Hello.
Hopefully you're able to hear me, and hopefully soon see me.
Okay. Do you mind if I don't do camera? I just got a lot going on my end.
No, that is totally up to you.
Perfect. How you doing today?
I'm
Your
doing.
mic sounds a little funky. You sound a little robotic. I'm not sure if that's on my end or yours, but
So far the people, well, the small amount of people that have in chat have not told me that. Or maybe, I don't know, is it totally different than how I usually sound? I might just be naturally robotic.
yeah.
No idea.
No. It's a little bit clippy. Definitely sounds off. Not sure what's going on.
Apologies. Moment. Is it any better now?
Way better.
Okay.
Way better.
I think
That
I know
fixed
why.
it.
Yeah, I think I had the wrong microphone.
Yeah, I was wondering if it was your webcam.
Thank you very much for letting me know.
Yeah. Your darn chat wasn't letting you know. They were letting you down.
No, yeah. What do you expect?
You're probably streaming with your proper mic and
Yeah, well, at least I hope so. Or rather, for all I know, I've been doing this the whole time, and this is just like the natural baseline that I've established with chat.
How long have you been live?
Literally like 10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
That long.
Crazy.
Are you live? I'm assuming you're not live.
I am live.
Oh, okay.
Live. Yeah. That's good. You're planning to have a stream chat, right? Now I'm panicking.
Well, not me. I don't know. Like some people I've certainly had conversations where it's like one person stream, or like I've definitely gone on to some panels where I don't stream it.
Yeah, that's true.
But
How
yeah,
you doing?
I'm doing well. I had a workout, so it's been a pretty busy day so far. I had a workout stream, like literally like an hour and a half ago, that I wrapped up. Then I rushed home, tried to eat something small for a snack, and it went live. How about yourself?
Okay. I've just been. It's the Arcade fresh launch today, so we've just been. My Discord really wanted to find like a community game, and I love this game, and it's a fresh start. So this is a game that is. Have you ever heard of Arcade?
I have not.
Okay, so this game is been ruined in the past because it used to be a pay-to-win game. It's I believe it's a Korean game, but it is honestly like one of the best games I think I've ever played. The issue is that it gets broken a lot by cheaters. There's a couple of like pretty easy ways to cheat,
As many
and
games
so it's
do.
broken. Yeah, and so it's broken a bunch of servers in the past, and the other issue. So there are other issues like pay to win. There's just a bunch of weird mechanics that they've had to invent to get around the pay to win, and then people always figure out ways to basically like break the new mechanic and like basically like cheat or make it like so impossible to catch up. So this is like a new fresh launch that's aimed like it took all of the old issues. So like before there was a gold bottleneck, and in the past there was another thing called labor that bottlenecked, and anyone who was like a casual player just could never keep up with like the players who play like 24 hours a day and like
Yeah,
never stop and
or
have
like
37 alts and stuff. And those people will always be ahead. Like I get that, but it was like casual players couldn't even like participate in the game basically.
yeah, the barrier to entry is so high, and especially like I don't know if this game is like amenable to like botting where they can just like have it autoplay for them. I know some games.
Yeah.
That's an issue.
Yeah.
Never get your foot in the door.
Yeah, exactly. So this is the relaunch of it again. It's not pay to win. And the goal of this relaunch is to not have these, like to kind of work around all of these things.
Okay, so it's like a grand reset, but hopefully now better and
Yeah.
more
And it's an
accessible.
amazing, if you like MMOs, it's honestly like one of the best MMOs I've ever played. It's got so much to do. There's tons of like, there's an economy, there's tons of markets, there's dungeons, there's like world bosses everywhere. There's PvP, there's PvE, you can get a house. Like there's just, honestly, like it's the best MMO I've ever played. It's just a little bit easy to bust. So we're hoping that this relaunch won't be too busted.
Oh, okay. Is this I
So
don't know
that's
if you
been my day.
I don't know if you've mentioned it, but is this a free game?
I think it's a subscription. Yeah, it's a subscription game.
Oh yeah, I
It's
think you sort of alluded
$50
to
or
that.
something.
Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I've been doing today. You wanted to talk about Red Pill stuff though.
Well, so I'm totally open to talking about Red Pill stuff. And like sort of, I think the original reason that I reached out to you, it was like shortly after a panel that you were on, and it was actually a panel that like I tried to sort of get myself on with Montreal
shoot.
Player.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh yeah. With Aiko and
Team, yeah.
Team, right?
Where yeah, totally. I think you touched upon like the Red Pill community, or like, well, it was mostly focused on I think Andrew Tate, and I think there was a decent amount of time then focused on Jordan Peterson towards the end. That was like was super
the
interesting.
Yeah.
Where I think there's like, I think there's a potentially point of contention there, or like I'm mostly interested in like how you analyze or understand Jordan Peterson, versus maybe how I understand, because I think
Okay.
think there's potentially pretty clear disagreement, since I think towards the end, if I remember correctly, you were like, I think the main crux of your argument was like, well, when it comes to like men's issues and overall like healthy masculinity, Jordan Peterson was pretty decent figurehead in the movement because they were just like all about just cleaning your room, like taking, etc., etc. At least that's what I understood. If I got that wrong, feel free to correct me.
Compare it. I think he's like definitely like a better option for sure than Andrew Tate.
That I would agree
Yeah.
with. Yeah.
Yeah. So that would be kind of my first one is he's better than Andrew Tate, obviously. And it seems like that's even like a bit of a spicy take, which was surprising. Um, do I think he's perfect? No, because like one of my biggest criticisms of him is going to be that essentially he leans a little bit too much into like the old traditional like paradigm we have of like understanding the world. And in this old paradigm, I think is like harmful to people. There's lots of good about it, but there's certain things that are like really toxic.
I agree.
Yeah. And so there's certain elements about his message that I would say like I would disagree with, but I don't know how we don't see Jordan Peterson as an obvious like I would say for the most part for young men. To be clear, when I'm talking Jordan Peterson, I'm talking pre-2020 Jordan Peterson.
And here's
I
what
don't know what the fuck he's
Well,
been going up to. It's embarrassing. I feel sad. Every time I see him talk, I just feel disappointed. Like, like if you have some level of respect for somebody and then they just become a piece of shit. That's how I feel. Where I was like, you know what, you weren't all that bad. I respected you. You're a foremost you're an impressive researcher, and now I'm embarrassed. Basically.
Yeah, some maybe like some sense of betrayal of like a fall from grace, I guess, so to speak.
And betrayal of his own virtues, I would say. So like it's a little bit worse than that. Like I feel particularly frustrated because I think he's like going against some of the ideas he himself espoused as being like good and virtuous.
Yeah, and I guess that might be also a point of contention, not contention, but like I think I understand your perspective in terms of like I would agree with you, past his you characterize that as a brain injury, right? And like I don't think he would say that, right? But at least from some people's perspective, it's like there's some sort of shift that has occurred, but I don't think Jordan Peterson would say any changes occur, as far as I can tell. But I think there's technically like no reason to think that he has a brain injury specifically unless he has said that explicitly. It's just like he's clearly gone through, some sort of medical intervention for his addiction, and that might have affected his cognitive abilities. But I can totally see sort of a tone shift. But I just see that in my mind of like sort of a natural evolution towards like where he started, sort of like, not that I see him as a villain, but like this is just like the natural villain arc that I sort of have observed since the beginning, and since like the whole Bill C-16 stuff.
I have a hard time seeing that. So I like went digging through and I looked at like a lot of his old stuff, even around like trans stuff and whatnot. And he like pretty consistently, for example, like when he was sitting with another trans advocate, they were like, well, what pronoun would you use for her? And he was like, her, she, her, that's fine. And like he was a lot more reasonable. He was a lot less like vitriolic. And then post 2020, I'm not saying he for sure, obviously I don't have doctor records, but I don't know if like somebody goes into a coma, like medically induced coma, like multiple times in a row, if that doesn't create potentially, it could essentially, because like the shift in like specifically like in the past when he had bad ideas and he would target them, he often didn't target select individuals. He would attack like broad targets. Whereas now he's attacking like, why are you attacking Elliot Page? Like, why are you even talking about Elliot Page? Isn't the fucking poster child and like spearheading the trans movement? Like, he's just a trans man. Like, that's it. He's just transitioned, and like, that's it. And so it's really weird to me that Jordan Peterson was attacking like Elliot Page or that model as well, because that feels very distinctly different.
Where it's like explicitly targeting individuals and pretty like high profile individuals, and
maliciously too, like just being nasty, like, no, you're not beautiful. Like, why the fuck would you ever say that? Why would you ever say that publicly? Like, what?
Yeah, that's a good question. And to me, I guess that's where like some of the different sides, like, well, I can totally, at least based off my observations, and I've consumed a lot, at least I think I've consumed quite a bit of Jordan Peterson content. Like, I have his book, I tried to read it, at least the first one, 12 Rules for Life, and I just like couldn't really get through it. And like I've watched, I've heard a lot of his podcast appearances. Like, one of my first exposures to him outside of like YouTube, when he was like doing all the protest at the University of Toronto, was like he started appearing in a bunch of podcasts. And like It was like one of the first podcasts that I heard from him. Conversation between him, Sam Harris, and like it just, it's I would encourage anyone to check it out. Like to me, I think it really exposes like from the get go, Jordan Peterson and his thought process, because they spent like 2 hours teasing out Jordan Peterson, what seems to be his very specific definition of truth, where it's like he has a very, I would say, very bizarre definition of truth, and he's like playing this language game, but then like at the same time, he like pushes back against playing language games and postmodernism, but he has a very clearly distinct definition of truth. So that's where it's like I perceive the hypocrisy from like day one, or like from the beginning, and so like I just see sort of like this natural progression towards like increased hypocrisy, or like being like he never really stood for anything all that much. He was saying a bunch of stuff that might have sounded good, but at least to me, from the actions and behaviors, nothing really lived up to that. At least that was my perspective.
Interesting. I guess so one thing I would say is his maps of meaning work has probably somewhat like clouded the way, like it seems like he always sees the world through kind of this like strange cognitive lens of like meaning that like John Vervaeke and stuff work in as well. It just seems like he's like gotten more bent in. What specifically, I guess, what is our disagreement specifically? Maybe so I can narrow in
so
what we're talking
probably
about.
the main crux of the disagreement is like, it seems like granting you sort of that there has been some sort of shift as a result of whatever he went through during his recovery. That like, you pretty much seem to be of the opinion that pre that event, Jordan Peterson, he was like okay, on that his content is like good content, specifically for men, and that it's actually helpful to them. As in, like, it seems like when you talk about male role models, like you might recommend him, let's say pre-2020 as like a good role model. Would that be like accurate?
I don't know if I'd say he's a good role model. I think his teachings are good. I would recommend his teachings. I don't know I would recommend him even as an individual pre-2020 as a good male role model.
Okay.
But his teachings, like the direction, the ethics, the like depth that was aimed there for men, was definitely something that I would recommend.
Okay. And I don't know that there's huge contention. Like, I would just also like push back. Like, I don't know how you view sort of like there was early on when he was like coming onto the scene, in the first couple of years, he was definitely talking about sort of the gender disparity in whatever education, humanities, STEM, etc., and also the disparity. Spoke about. He's recently talking about sort of the education crisis among men, and I'm wondering how much credence or weight you put on his views about that, in terms of like I sort of like dissected one of his pieces that he wrote about, well, the gender disparity in STEM is fine. It's just simply women, people, interested in people, men, things, and then like the chips fall where they may type of.
Like he would make it like wholly neutral. Like he's like, it's just like the natural expression of like environment, more or less. Like there's nothing sinister going on here, would be kind of his argument.
Well, I think he explicitly says that it's biology at play, at least in the document and in the piece that I have went over. Like, he pretty much says like that's why I think he relies on sort of like, quote unquote, the gender egalitarian countries of like whatever, Norway, Finland, Denmark, etc., saying as the policies have gotten more egalitarian, well, you see sort of the gender disparity increasing, them versus like the social sciences. And I don't think that actually like holds up well to scrutiny all that much. You actually like dissect it, as in like I view it as he's either mischaracterizing the data, or he just doesn't know how to interpret the data correctly. So I think that
Well,
speaks.
there's definitely no way that he doesn't know how to interpret the data because he does like major epidemiological like personality studies all the time. So like if he couldn't interpret that epidemiological data, that wouldn't make any sense based on his like
Uh,
based
I
on like his H score alone. Like it wouldn't make any sense.
I would largely agree with you, and that's why it's like it's almost like he's acting sinisterly intentionally, as in like to
Like
frame it.
engage in motivated thinking essentially.
Yeah, I guess that's probably the more appropriate psychological term of like, yeah, really
But
trying to
do you
like.
think he's being sinister or do you think he's engaged? Because like motivated thinking is definitely like it can lead to bad conclusions, but it's not sinister necessarily. It's just like human.
Yeah, that's fair.
Um
He may not
and
have
incorrect, right?
like actually bad intentions. That's totally a
Right.
fair point. It just might be like, yeah, pretty much it's like a bunch of confirmation bias that he just goes down the rabbit hole that that he happens to choose to go down. That's totally fair. I can't say, based off my bias is like it seems like it's more towards the sinister, but I take your point. It could just be like, yeah, the motivated thinking, and he's just sought out the things that has confirmed his beliefs. But even then, I think that speaks, at least to me, that would speak to him not being the greatest researcher. Still sort of engaging that practice after whatever 20 plus years as a researcher. That's hard for me to swallow because like when I've fact checked him on simple things, like they just like don't stand up at all. And recently,
Are you talking about so what specifically doesn't stand up for you?
yeah,
Maybe that's
okay,
worth going through.
yeah,
And to be clear, I haven't gone through like a ton of I haven't fact checked him in preparation for this conversation. So I'm willing to bite certain bullets and like
yeah.
grant you certain things. But yeah.
I think you've touched upon it yourself or mentioned it. Like, so he unfortunately had an addiction that he has presumably since recovered from, but that recovery was like a very probably arduous, unique process. And he has spoken about it since. I think specifically on like his most recent appearance on the Joe Rogan podcast, which I listened. I think it was like a 3-hour podcast. I listened to it twice, just to make sure that like I understood what he was saying. But so
Right.
there's a point in the podcast that like or he alludes to the fact that he became physically addicted to benzodiazepines because he essentially didn't know better. As in, he wasn't really fully aware that they're addictive, and he frames it as like, okay, well, it's only recently that we've known that these compounds, benzodiazepines, are addicted, and that like we actually started giving them out to people like before that, as in like we started rolling them out, started using them, and then like only like 10-20 years later did we find out that they're actually like addictive and potentially harmful substances. That appears to be like explicitly not true.
So that's really interesting. I'm willing to believe that it's not true, but even when I was going through like my psychopathology and pharmacology, that was also what I was taught is that benzos dominantly just don't seem to have the addictive properties that like barbiturates do. So it's possible that that is an incorrect information, and this is the issue with like so I graduated 2018 from my undergrad. I probably took my psychopharmacology in like 2016, but we know that some of the textbooks that they use are oftentimes like 10 to 15 years older. And so it's like, I'm willing to grant you that that is known, but to be honest, that was what I was also taught. Like I remember learning about benzos specifically, and I remember it just being on a test about like how they're less addictive. Like that was a very poignant thing that I had learned. So it's possible that that is wrong now. And definitely like probably he should know that by now. But that would be basically like my granting. Not that it's okay to be wrong necessarily, but yeah.
Yeah. And I've also like if you ever, I'm gonna send you because I tweeted about it and sort of like the thing that I researched because like he's obviously he's a psychologist, not a psychiatrist. Okay, I can understand like
Especially if
pharma-
his doctor like recommended it and said like it's fine, not addictive. Or
yeah,
whatever.
and I totally think I understand that pharmacology technically not his area of expertise. But what's even more interesting to me and sort of again leads me to believe that like he's purposely misframing or like outright lying about his benzodiazepine use because So he's spent some time in my province. He like went to McGill University, and like he did his postdoc at McGill University, and like as part of his postdoc, it involved working at the Douglas Hospital, and like I know exactly what the hospital is because I visited it actually as part of a field trip for my neuroscience course. It is a hospital specifically dedicated to treating pretty much like mental health conditions or mental illness. And so in the context of that, like he spent at least a year working in pretty much in a mental illness facility, and also coupled with the fact that he has done research, what I understand, on alcoholism. I agree with that, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, as much as people think I'm a big Jordan Peterson stan, I don't like know a shitload about Jordan Peterson. Just to be clear, like if anything, the person I followed way more closely has always been Jonathan Haidt. So
Fair enough.
that's possibly true. I don't actually know the full extent of like all of his research necessarily. I've just always viewed him as an obviously significantly better alternative to Andrew Tate and a bit of a solution to men's issues.
I have. Oh yeah. I guess I can bite that bullet as well. Totally better than Andrew Tate. And there are some things to extract from Jordan Peterson that are almost certainly useful, and I have no doubt. Well, he has fans for a reason, and I know he has legions of fans that will testify that he has been beneficial to their lives.
Welcome to Flavor Country.
But yeah, coupled with the fact that he's worked at a mental health hospital, that he has done research explicitly on alcoholism, and like literally like one of the treatments often used in order to treat withdrawal from alcoholism is benzodiazepines. And so it's like, given that framing, given that knowledge, it's really hard for me to basically come to the conclusion that he just didn't know about benzodiazepines, especially also when he couples it with like he self-proclaims that he has read 200 plus books on climate change, but he won't do any sort of like a little bit of diligence on something that he's consuming himself, a psychoactive substance at the very least, and he's consuming himself. I find that just like bizarre, where it's like he's either like lying or like he has to be. There's some sort of an incompetence there. Difficult to understand.
Interesting. When did he do his research on alcoholism? Curious to know.
I believe that was the 90s to the 2000s. I'll actually like check his Google Scholar. I believe it's earlier in his research career.
Okay, yeah, that would make sense because all the main stuff I know about would be his all of his personality and kind of maps of meaning work. So that's the stuff I'm more familiar with as far as his like research history. So I'd be curious to know, based on the studies, do you know where the idea came from? So this might be interesting since you're saying like benzos have been known for years. So that means that I've been this is the frustrating part, right? Getting an education. That means that the information I learned at school was also incorrect. Or outdated, at least. Do you know where the idea came from that benzos were less addictive? Like, why was that being taught in my school? You might not know. I'm just curious if you have any ideas. If you've read the
so in terms of
research.
like the curriculum that you've been taught, I can't speak to that since obviously I haven't.
More so like the idea, like it was obviously at least a pretty standard academic idea. Like my random profs had no motivation in like clearing Jordan Peterson's name. So why would I have been taught that as well would be my question. So like, where did that idea come from? Did it just come from Big Pharma itself?
That's a good question. That I don't know that I have any solid answer. I can believe it. This is just my speculation of like, I can believe just as, when it came to OxyContin, right? And like the opioid crisis or epidemic, where it's like, it's clear that, some corporations or, the companies involved in marketing OxyContin, like they clearly had an agenda of trying to market it as like less addictive. But then like the research didn't appear to, I think it's pretty clear now, that's not the case. It could have been something similar, I don't know for sure. This is just like me thinking out loud, like speculation of like, oh, whatever the companies that make whatever Ativan, Xanax, they might have just like marketed it or like lobbied such that they could have the marketing message like, oh yeah, these aren't addictive. Then like whatever barbiturates, all right, because these are supposed to be like the improvement over barbiturates.
Right.
As opposed to like in the research, at least when I fact checked Jordan Peterson, like when I dug into like the research goes back to at least the 80s, where it's like they're explicitly talking about addiction and physical withdrawal when it comes to benzodiazepines, as in like in the tweet that I crafted, like it's a study titled Alternative Treatments for Withdrawing the Long-Term Benzodiazepine User, a pilot study. This is dated 1986, and I took the quote out, like, numerous well-documented cases of serious withdrawal symptoms, for example, seizures, psychosis, or death, following abrupt discontinuation of large doses of benzodiazepines have appeared since 1961. And then they cite a study from 1970. It was like, and that took me all like 5 minutes to find. And so I can totally see how there's might be a discrepancy or like a disconnect between like what's said in the research and what's gets marketed from like whatever.
That are like camps, right? Like, so typically when you get like, so like one issue that like academics I'm sure will come across is they'll be taught by a professor who like falls into one camp of like research or theory on an idea, right? So like a classic example would be like ADHD. There's kind of like two really dominant clear camps when it comes to like ADHD research.
Mm-hmm.
And depending on who you're getting taught by, you're going to hear one camp or the other. I'd be curious, is there any evidence that you could find that there are people in the camp that like benzos are dominantly not very addictive, or like the level of addiction that they pose is minimal and the withdrawal from it is also minimal? Because like any drug that you take consistently that's psychoactive, you typically will have some level of withdrawal from.
Yeah, even like caffeine or whatnot.
Right. So like what I'm curious about is like, it's been, would you say then, based on your evidence that you've done, are barbiturates and benzos similarly addictive and have similar levels of like withdrawal issues?
Or yeah, like toxicity, withdrawal issues. As far as I can tell, although again, I'm certainly, I'm a biochemist, but this is definitely not my area of expertise. I'm also not like a pharmacologist.
I'm assuming you've done the reading, and
to be
honest, I didn't realize we were going to be talking about Jordan Peterson as much, so I've prepped more for Red Pill stuff.
Oh, we can totally in a few minutes.
No, you're good.
Red Pill.
No, I don't mind just like talking to you about Jordan Peterson. I'm not going to take out any strong positions without research, obviously.
So as far as I can tell, in terms of specifically the comparison between barbiturates and benzodiazepines, and obviously, there's many flavors, for lack of a better term, of benzodiazepines, from like Ativan, Xanax, and different strengths. And so it's like, from what I can tell, like there appear to be like some benzodiazepines that might have potentially lower risk for abuse, or lower risk for becoming physically dependent, or even psychologically addicted. But like, I think on the whole, I think generally speaking, in terms of like addictive properties, I don't think there's that much, as far as I can tell, there's not that much benefit comparing barbiturates to benzodiazepine.
I'm like genuinely shocked to hear that, because even in like the addiction field, typically my clients, if they're going to be on like pain medications at like an addiction center, they're never on barbs, they're always on benzos. Like they're almost never on barbiturates, because barbiturates are like in the addiction field as well known as like the addictive drug.
Mm-hmm.
But benzos are viewed as like a very safe alternative. So like this is why I'm like genuinely, I'm actually really surprised to hear that. And all you're mostly doing is I'm like, okay, I'll probably have to like read into this. But then B, if you're correct, that means that basically I'm even more black belt on my field.
Or if I'm incorrect, as it like I will totally be open to the fact that you might just be a better researcher than me on this topic. And like once you start doing your due diligence, you're like, oh, I don't know what Corey's talking about. Ridiculous. That's totally fair. But like as far as I can tell, like I think at the very least, the consensus that I have sort of garnered is like, it's clear that benzodiazepines are addictive. Both you can develop a physical dependence, can totally develop a psychological addiction. And that, like, if you're on them long term, well, generally speaking, the recommendations are that you never be on them long term. Like, if you are, like, you need to have, like, you need to come off them in a controlled fashion. I think a somewhat similar argument or analogy can be made between, like, opioids, and you probably are more familiar when it comes to, like, addiction or, like, treating addiction. Like there's methadone treatment, and, like, very often those who are suffering from opioid addiction very often get switched over to methadone because it has a longer half-life. But when it comes to, like, abuse, this is just, like, me speculating, or I don't know if you know, like, is the potential for abuse with methadone, like, lower than other standard opioids, if you happen to know?
Yes, I believe it is lower because its potency is lesser overall. Like tends to generally just not be as potent.
Okay.
Um, that's my understanding of it.
But and again, if you know if they still have to, like, essentially, like, be weaned off of it, or, like, they're like,
Yes,
yeah,
always.
yeah,
But
that
that's
makes sense.
most drugs. I mean, if you take like a 20 milligram of Vyvanse, even
Mhm.
though it's like the smallest dosage, you still have to be weaned off of it to some extent. Hi,
Yeah.
Raiders. Welcome, Smugbug viewers.
Oh, nice. Yeah, and that makes sense, and I think that holds, well, I know that holds true for benzodiazepines, because, like, similar with alcohol, like, benzodiazepine withdrawal, like, pretty much, like, one of the only few withdrawals that essentially, well, you can die from, or it's potentially, like, life threatening. Um, and that's why it's like, I think in terms of, like, potential for addiction, both physical and psychological, be, like, right up there. So it's like, I don't know how, just as it's hard for me how, like, to understand how, like, the mantra of, like, whatever OxyContin is, like, whatever safer than other opioids. It's hard for me to, like, understand, like, the mantra, if in fact that is the mantra of, like, benzodiazepines, pretty, like, low risk, that they there's not a lot of concern when giving them out on a semi large scale.
Right. So for you, Jordan Peterson talking about the fact that he wasn't aware how bad the withdrawal could be from benzos seems basically like strange.
Yeah, as in, like, so this could just be, like, my bias or my approach. Like, I take a lot of prescribed medication for my own condition. I have a disease. I have Crohn's disease. That requires lots of medical intervention. And I've taken lots of medications over the years. And, like, each medication, like, this is maybe just the scientist to me, but I'm like, I want to know what it does. I want to know what the therapeutic use is. I want to know, like, its half-life, blah, 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 a whole bunch of other biochemical stuff. And so it's like, generally speaking, like, I just want to be informed on what I'm putting in my body. And I've been on opioids. I've been on a lot of opioids. Um, from, like, codeine to fentanyl. And, like, I've always tried to do my due diligence. So, like, okay, what is it am I getting into? But maybe Jordan Peterson doesn't do that. But it's really strange. But it's strange then for me to understand how it's like, he will be a self-proclaimed expert on, like, climate change, and, like, literally say that he's, like, read hundreds of books on climate change, but then at the same time sort of, like, plead ignorance on, like, a pill that he's taking. That doesn't, to me, that seems to, like, run counter to his whole
I mean, not
philosophy.
necessarily. Like, if you're an institutionalist and you work at an institution, you work at U of T of all things. And I mean, Jordan Peterson's not like, it's not like he's friends with just like some small time academics. I mean, he's friends with like some really big names in
Mhm.
academia. So he's probably friends with some psychiatrists as well. He probably is working with a psychiatrist who's not only his friend, but in his mind, also like a renowned expert. So like when he goes to his psychiatrist and asks for a benzo, he's maybe got the old understanding, maybe been sold. Clearly, I've been sold something that was incorrect as well. Um, clearly, some of the addiction field has as well. Because I just checked, and you're right. Like benzos are regarded dominantly as like addictive, and I'm like, that's a problem. Like, what the fuck? How was I educated in that as well? Um, it's very possible for you to read 200 books on climate change and feel very confident in climate change, giving you the benefit of the doubt, and also give the benefit of the doubt to your psychiatrist and your previous learning and not realize, especially the type of withdrawal he had from benzodiazepines is an exceedingly rare withdrawal. Like he didn't just have a normal withdrawal, he had
Yeah.
akathisia, which is like it is known with benzo withdrawal, but it's like basically unheard of. Like there's like a couple of case studies of benzodiazepine withdrawal causing akathisia. So like to me, when I've listened to him talk about his withdrawal and him kind of pleading ignorance, it's more pleading ignorance to like, I didn't realize that the withdrawal, that there was this really rare, unique side effect that I'd never heard of. And I'm like, that seems actually kind of reasonable to me. Like most people wouldn't be aware of this. And if it's not your specialty, and if your psychiatrist says that the drug is safe to take and that the withdrawal is going to be the standard of what you would expect, then I wouldn't be worried about it. Like
Yeah,
these things don't feel mutually exclusive for
no,
me.
you are correct. I will absolutely gladly concede that it's possible to do your due diligence about climate change and proclaim yourself an expert.
In fairness, I actually disagree with his take on climate change, just to be clear.
As do I strongly. But that's like also like a whole like.
Well, this is the issue. Have you ever seen do you know Julia Galef?
That name is ringing a bell in my brain, but it's not associated with anything else in my brain.
So she does a lot of research on like thinking and motivated thinking specifically, and like why people come to bad conclusions. Because previously people would be like, the more scientifically literate you are, the better conclusions you should come to, particularly when it comes to scientific questions, right? Like climate change. Except when you poll people, depending on their level of scientific like literacy, essentially, whether they're conservative or liberal, they'll either feel even more strongly that climate change is real if they're highly scientifically literate, or
more
very
against.
convinced that it's not at all happening.
Absolutely.
And this is two people that are like, these are comparing people who are like PhD, like very literate people. And so it's like, it's a concerning finding within the field itself. It sounds like it's getting better over time, but I also wonder if that's in part because we have like an increasing like left-leaning bias within academia. So
yeah, no, that's fair. And like
and so basically what I'm saying is him not knowing about the benzos doesn't seem that weird to me. I think it's like reasonable enough, especially if like basically you've got a psychiatrist who's telling you that and the psychiatrist hasn't been updated, or like maybe what his psychiatrist is implying is, yes, there's a withdrawal from benzos and it's a little bit rough, but akathisia is not something that he prepped him for. I didn't watch the clip you were watching, so I don't know whether Jordan Peterson was talking about his akathisia that was unexpected, or he didn't expect to get addicted at all. Like he was shocked that he got addicted.
no, he doesn't mention that specific symptom during withdrawal. He just pretty much like frames it of like, I didn't really know that they were addictive, and it seems like, it's only been recently uncovered that they're addictive, and that there's, potentially.
That's so weird, because if you watch his original video where he talks about, I haven't seen the Joe Rogan thing, so I don't know. I basically have fully stopped watching him since January. I watched like a bit of his stuff since he came back being sick. I was like, hopefully he's not trash. And then I was like, I'm not loving it. And I haven't watched any of his stuff since, because like I said, I don't like post.
Yeah, no,
2020.
that's totally fair.
But what I remember him mentioning specifically is that he was aware of obviously like the risk of addiction or whatever, but he had no idea about this akathisia symptom.
Yeah, and I totally also take your point that specific symptom does appear to be rare, and like also like his unique experience. Well, his experience with withdrawal, like what I think was fairly unique, or dramatic, and like it may have affected him cognitively. But even so, it seems like in your mind, it's pretty clear there's some sort of cognitive thing happening, or some event that has happened cognitively with him that has like affected his behavior and actions. Is that like a fair assessment?
Sorry, restate that again.
As in, like, it seems like you've come to the conclusion that as a result of his withdrawal experience and like pretty much like going through an induced coma, potentially more than once, that like this has explicitly like sort of affected him like cognitively, psychologically, or like at some level of the brain.
I'm suspicious of it as it has. There's basically I'm trying to figure out like why basically he's like become what it is. It could just be simply vitriol. He just has become so hateful of the left that he's basically like fallen into the arms of the right. And in that case, I would be super disappointed in him. And that's just like, yeah, that's just disappointing, especially not just falling into the arms of the right. I think that's human, but specifically how vitriolic he's fallen into it specifically, right? Like watching him attack the swimsuit model, I was like, ooh, bro. Like I was really unimpressed with that. And then seeing him constantly, even to this day, when he talks about Elliot Page, he'll say, you know, he, she, they, constantly, just like constantly. It's so obnoxious.
Yeah, and it appears to have like ramped, at least to my eye, like ramped up.
By the way, You Are So-So's talking to me. I know you're watching my chat. You Are So-So is like a regular like schizo hater of mine who calls me Worm Woman. He's not talking about me. He's talking about, well, maybe he's also talking about you, but he's just like schizo and gonna get banned soon. It's not about you, sorry.
Even if it was about me.
I was getting distracted. That's why when you asked me the question, I was distracted because I was like checking on my chat. And I was like, oh my gosh, okay. So
either I'm just entertained by it, but you choose to do whatever you want with that. But yeah, that's
yeah. I messaged with my mods to deal with it. So.
Well then, yeah, I don't think there's then any huge contention. Then I don't think there ever was huge contention. It's just like, so through the lens of like, or rather comparing Jordan Peterson to like Fresh and Fit, right? In terms of like these, this figurehead Jordan Peterson, you know, largely appeals, I think, to men. And Fresh and Fit, I think you would agree, although you're probably way more informed on that community than I am, or way more immersed in it. But like, so, you know, why are you against, or it seems like you push back heavily on the Fresh and Fit community or like the narrative that they generate. And I'm curious then, like, why do you push back like so strongly against it? Like, what do you see as like what they're doing as harmful?
Fresh and Fit?
Yeah.
Specifically, I think they're creating more of this. So I think that I don't know how long, but I think that the current dating market, particularly for young people, is basically a cesspool for people traumatizing and harming each other in mass, basically. I think we're incredibly irresponsible around our dating market, especially particularly with young people. And why I'm...
Oh, I think I lost you for a second. Am I still connected? I think I'm still connected to the internets. I think maybe the team. Testing. Well, in the meantime, welcome Boy Meets Mini, welcome Andy, Zeron, looking forward to chat later on. I think this will be done in about an hour-ish, maybe a little over an hour. Uh, but like, yeah, I think Jordan Peterson, you know, super interesting, bad faith. I've tweeted about this. Let's watch it.
Well, when did they know? When was it in the literature, the difficulty of detoxing yourself from these?
Very recently.
Really?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. And when did they start being handed out?
20 years ago.
Fuck.
Call.
Well, when did they know? When was it in the literature, the difficulty of
Hello.
detoxing yourself from these?
Hello.
Very recently.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Hopefully, you're able to hear me.
I can. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Are you back up and running?
I'm not live yet. I'm just gonna get that all set up on my end.
Okay. I'll wait.
I think we're back. I think we're live again.
All right. I'm hoping that I didn't miss out on like a lengthy.
No, I noticed
Amen.
pretty quick. I saw you post in chat right away, and your face froze, so I was confused.
But like, yeah, I pretty much just like heard pretty much you first just start talking about Fresh and Fit. That was it.
Okay, basically, what I was saying is pretty simple. I think Fresh and Fit create the. So I hate hookup culture. I've just decided at this point I'm gonna be super like boomer about it, but I just think it's bad. I don't know how we even fix it. I think it's just kind of demonstrated pretty clearly that it's not good. So
yeah, I don't disagree with you. As far left and sex positive as I am and try to be, I have some serious concerns about hookup culture.
yeah, so I'm all about reducing stigma around sex. I want people to have sex if they would like to. I think the idea of like sex as status, which I think is fundamentally what hookup culture has become for men and for women now, which is really interesting. Because in the past, I would say sex was mostly about status for men. Now it's also slowly becoming a bit of a status symbol for women. Not as much because there's also this like kind of trad movement that's like really still shaming women for any body count. But Fresh and Fit, the reason why I dislike them, I shouldn't say them, why I dislike their ideology specifically is because, in my view, they are creating and perpetuating something that is the most noxious, and they are preparing men for hookup culture girlfriends. They're telling men essentially how to get them. So they're equipping men with the skills required to get the women that they hate typically, and then complaining about it. So they're getting men to date women that are probably going to blackpill them because they're typically dating women who view them as wallets. They don't care much about the man. They mostly want like money and goods from the man, which is, in my argument, not a super great partner. And unsurprisingly, men who date these women get pretty blackpilled and burnt on women because it's a pretty awful experience. Similarly, a lot of women date fuckboys and get super fucked over by them constantly, and get blackpilled on men, and then we're shocked by nobody likes each other. So I basically think that they're teaching young men strategies to end up with women and in relationships that they don't want and that they hate. And I think that that is doing a disservice to the men that they're listening to and to women who are dating the men that listen.
Yeah. So I pretty much like virtually 100% agree with everything that you've outlined. But then, and I think you confronted them on these points. You made your appearance on their show, and it seems like their overall message was just like, well, no, they're just like, their focus is on improving you being the best version of yourself. And so like, what's wrong with that, right? Where it's like, you know, they just want men to make more money. They just want them to start like going to the gym, and then from there, like guess whatever happens happens, but like whatever, that should somehow naturally attract, you know, all the women. But then yeah, so like how do you push back against that? Because it seems like here is where like I will bring it back to Jordan Peterson. Like it seems like their overall messaging is like, well, just clean your room and like be a better version of yourself. And like that was overall, I think, Jordan Peterson's message. So like what's wrong with that? Not that I support the Fresh and Fit podcast, but it's sort of like, to me, there's a little bit of like a potential inconsistency of like, you know, whether it's true or not. Like they at least push the messaging. Like they're not about whatever exploitation or whatnot. They're about, I think, would you agree with that or disagree?
So here's one thing I will give any red pill speaker is that they do give really good basic advice, and men are struggling, and like a lot of men who especially don't have like any male role models, they need that basic advice. So am I lagging really hard here?
I can no longer hear you anymore.
Shoot.
Oh no!
Can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you.
Okay. My computer's just I don't have any other application running. It's just Discord and Stream, and it's still just like.
You better get
it's
that
crap.
hamster going real quick.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's just getting hot or something in here. Because it's been running fine all day. It's probably the mixture of the virtual cam too. Basically, and this is why I think, for example, I'm not surprised that 12 Rules for Life didn't like mean that much to you, because 12 Rules for Life, if you kind of like have a lot of your shit figured out, it's not that helpful of a book. Like it's a lot of self-evident truths of like, take care of yourself before you like try to fix the world, you know, like baby steps, you know, try to raise your children well, like basic stuff where you're like, true, right? Red pill guys give a lot of that, where they're like, work out. It's like, true. Like, eat healthy. True, right? And they're like, all of these things are going to help you get women, which is also true. Like, all of these things will help you get women, because to be honest, when you work on yourself, you can become a more desirable partner. So I think that that's good. The issue is that they don't build a lot of strategies for like maintaining long-term healthy relationships.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Healthy relationships. They definitely teach you how to maintain a relationship with a woman who will view you as a wallet. You can't, if they do give you strategies for that, I would just argue that that isn't a relationship that you want. I want both the woman and the man to go get therapy. She should not view men as wallets. He should not view women as flashlights.
Yeah, and so here's where like I would push back, and here's where I think, you know, well, I think Fresh and Fit or the movements like that or the red pill community is failing overall in a dangerous way, because like I agree with you there in terms of like the advice to like work out, the advice to eat better. That's like pretty much like universally good advice for everyone, regardless of how you identify. But like, I think you even like, I'm curious, how do you think the community views like therapy and like the recommendation? Like, do you think that community is like open to like going to therapy, even of like the people that you were surrounded by while you were there? Do you think that they're like pro therapy or not?
No, for sure not.
Yeah. And that's where I think
No,
it's like,
they're very, very inconsistent, right? So like, this is what I push back on them, is they're like, don't cry in front of your woman. And it's like, don't find a woman that you can't cry in front of. That would be my advice.
yeah.
And confront your woman, because a lot of women have this bias. I'm going to be honest. So this is one thing that I'll give red pills. I think they're actually a little bit more descriptively honest about the world sometimes. I think blue pill people, for example, like far left people, they try to describe the world in their ideal version. And I'm like, that's just not true though, for a lot of people. Like a lot of women do have a weird bias around men and their emotions, where they kind of like implicitly put their emotions a bit ahead of men because they kind of assume like they're bigger or something. I'm not totally sure like always why. The issue is that most women, if you just talk to them about this bias, because I know this now because I've realized it, and I've had many of my friends, realize it for themselves and talk about with their husband, or their husbands or their boyfriends just gently confront them about it. Most women are actually really willing to look at this bias and change it. And women who aren't, honestly, probably not the person that you want to be in a relationship with.
Yeah, and that's what I think sort of is getting lost in the message, personally, in terms of like a lack of intention. It seems like just the end goal is just like land a woman no matter what, and hopefully it's just whatever, as long as they meet some sort of physical criteria, that's the only thing that matters. And like no no thought in terms of like, well, what does the person actually want? Does the person seeking a partner actually know who they are and what they want, other than they want someone attractive, and or that they want someone who is just a resource provider? And like, as you sort of said, do you want to be viewed as a wallet? Where it's like, I come from the space of like, for example, or to use an example, of like, you know, at one point, I don't know, 5-10 years ago, like whatever, the dad bod was like all the craze. I don't know how popular it was, or like how pervasive it was, or in terms of like attractiveness to women. But at one point, there appeared to be like some demographic of women that found that attractive, or maybe still finds that attractive. And so, whatever, even it's like
Yes.
yeah.
The research isn't great though behind that. That's
Yeah,
the
no.
issue. I'm gonna be honest. The research is like, the dad bod feels like an ideal, like a world that we want to sell people. But like, if you let women, I think a lot of women are willing to be reasonable. But if you select women like choices of bodies that they would prefer, they still always prefer the same body type we've been used to, which is like not huge, like not like a bodybuilder,
Bodybuilder,
but like
yeah.
more of like a surfer bod. So like lean but muscled and decently cut. It's like, fuck. I wish that wasn't true, but it still is the preference.
Well, yeah, I agree with you. There doesn't seem to be a lot of research. But I would just use that to have the example, like, even if it were true, like even if it were backed up by data saying, hey, whatever, 80%, 90% of women find like the dad bod type as like the ideal. Like, at least for me, for myself, that would not like compel me personally to like start whatever packing on the pounds to like fit into the mold of the dad bod, just because that doesn't fit my lifestyle. Like, I potentially have like many lifestyle related things that would almost certainly make me unattractive to many women. Like, I'm vegetarian, striving to be vegan, and that's already right there, potentially seen as like not a red flag, but like, you know, that limits potentially dating options, or like many people view vegetarians or vegans in a negative light. But I'm not going to like, in order to like, you know, cater to women, I'm not going to change dietary pattern that like I hold important to me. Same thing of like, even if again the dad bod was like popular, like that just wouldn't be compatible with who I am. And so I think that type of like messaging, or like that type of intention is just like lost. And I think that's like really damaging, as you sort of pointed out, of just like, it's this pure raw calculus of like, you know, man, moneymaker or wallet, and that, you know, the women are biologically hardwired to like go with the biggest wallet. And that's like, as a biologist, I also take offense to that, because that's, men aren't biologically hardwired, as far as I could tell, for virtually anything. And women aren't like biologically hardwired for virtually anything, or at least it's hard to make any sort of universal declaration of hardwiring.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting issue, because when you're giving like dating advice, for example, like this is why I'm sure you probably are aware, like I would consider myself like probably somewhere between the red and blue pill, because I'm not comfortable with the like way that the red pill talks about women. I think it's actually like devoid from reality a lot of the time. Like they're kind of insane sometimes about what they view women to be. Dealing with You Are So in my YouTube chat now, so I just need to ban him there too. Okay. And the blue pill has really good ethics. The issue is that like blue pill doesn't have very good dating strategy, particularly for men who are like lost. And so like the issue with red pill that I have with a lot of people who are like more materialist in general is the red pill is oftentimes like a natural conclusion of kind of our materialist culture. And so, for example, like when I'm giving dating advice, I'm always striving for like long-term happiness. Like I don't really care if you want to date for now or for later, but I want people to be like happy long-term and build like meaningful, fruitful relationships. And that doesn't mean you have to get like married and do like the classic trad thing, because I'm fine with poly or open. I just want it to be like done intentionally and be fruitful. And I don't know if anyone's actually offering quite this advice specifically, because the blue pill would typically be like, just be nice, just like respect each other. And it's like, that's a good strategy for like living. It's just not actually like, I'm nice and I'm decently respectful, and so is Nick. and our relationship still almost fell apart. So it's like that's insufficient advice as well.
Yeah, it totally takes more than just being nice and respectful to have a healthy long-term relationship. And again, that's also gets lost on the red pill community. And I think there's something to be said. Like, to me, it's deeply concerning that like a podcast like that, just like Andrew Tate, like, you spoke about a lack of good role models, but like the role models that are being propped up, they're being propped up for a reason, right? As in, like, Andrew Tate took off, and I think there are reasons that he took off. I think largely driven by men and all the engagement that he got. And so it's like, what does that say? Or like, how do you like solve that issue? Because especially here is where it's, I'll bring it back to the panel of like, even though there's very many things that I disagree with him, especially when he was basically making a bootstraps argument. But where I empathize with him is like, it seems like in these communities, they just like want confirmation bias, and they're just like not open to new perspectives. And like, as much as you want to reach them, it's like this insular community. And like, if you're not conforming, or even if you show like data or case studies or own personal anecdotes that runs counter to their narrative, it's just like, whatever. It's still biology at play. I don't know how to maybe I'm just bad at approaching these things, but I haven't figured out a way to like talk about them. Even just something as simple as like you brought up with like, when I talk about, you spoken about suicide and the suicide rate of men, and then like you might just be better at bringing it up or talking about it, but when I bring it up, just the response I get is, well, just men are just better at suicide. Like, what do you expect? Well, I can't engage with that. Like, I don't know how to deal with it.
Wait, who's saying that? Are the red pillars saying men are better at suicide, or who's?
Of the few red pill, I assume that they're red pillars. They don't explicitly outright and say it, but that is a common sort of response that I get when I talk about sort of like the pretty much 3-4-fold difference in, unfortunately, completed suicide between men and women. Well, it's like, yeah, I mean, whatever. Don't send a woman to do a man's job. Like, they'll just get the completed suicide because they're better at it, because they're more competent.
Interesting. I think if you're appealing, typically, so like, I'm surprised to hear the red pills say that. Typically, if you're appealing to like men's issues like that, they like on Fresh and Fit, when I listed that statistic along with like, typically I'll list suicide with homelessness, addiction, like a number of things to drive the point of like something's wrong here versus just being like suicide by itself. Like, I would argue suicide by itself is enough, but like typically if you pair suicide with addiction and homelessness, you paint a very clear, stark picture, right? I've only had that received well by red pill people, because like, this is a thing where I think like maybe, and this might be a big area where you and I disagree, where I think the red pill is at least doing something, which is not a lot of people are as sympathetic to men's issues as I think we need to be, because we've rewritten history to be like this noxious world of patriarchy and male dominance, when the reality of history is it was mostly rich white male dominance. It wasn't your average dude. It wasn't your black man. It wasn't your Mexican man, right? It wasn't your poor white man. It was specifically rich white men. And so the problem is that, and most importantly in that is the rich, right? The rich is the part that mattered most historically. It just happened to be the case that it was typically white men that were rich for a number of complex reasons.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to unpack there, but yeah, obviously
there's a lot to unpack there, but I think you can grant me that like historically, that's been the people who have been doing these things. And so we've rewritten this narrative of like men are the problem. And so now we have like young, poor boys getting thrown on them this responsibility and history of men doing not just women wrong, but the world wrong, when it's like, it was never these poor young boys. It was never them. It's old, rich dudes, right? That's the problem. That's always been the problem. And it seems to be the case that it's rich specifically, because you give old, rich white women a lot of power. And what do? They're like, what do you mean black men are going to get to vote before us? Now we need to have the vote so that black people don't have as much to vote, right? Like that was like one of the major drivers behind the suffragettes. And so it feels like the left, and particularly, especially the blue pill unwilling to acknowledge the fact that there's probably a crisis going on amongst young men. Like it seems self-evident to me that there's a problem for young men, and
I think
the
the left
red
is
pill's
pretty
the only
clear
group.
on that. It's, I think, at least as far as I'm part of the radical leftist agenda, I guess. And so it's like, I think the left does recognize that there's a problem with like a crisis in men, among men. It's just that it seems like what the left wants to focus on, which I would probably characterize as more of the root issue, and that like the red pill like doesn't even want to talk about that, or even getting to them to acknowledge it. I cut you off, but continue.
I was gonna say, is toxic masculinity? Is that what like you would say? The left will acknowledge the issue, but they'll just kind of trump it up too.
Well, so I use that term, but obviously that there's a lot to unpack there, right? Like, what does that mean? In terms of like I use the term toxic masculinity as sort of a synonym, just because like it's a catch-all, at least in my mind, a catch-all for very many things. And one of those things that I think gets lost, specifically in the red pill community, or just men at large, of like, you know, one of the key figureheads, as far as I know, of the red pill community is, you know, I think name is like Rollo Tomassi, whatnot.
Yeah, he's like a founding father. I don't know, the level of respect people have for Rollo Tomassi seems pretty varied depending on the groups, but I will say Fresh and Fit do seem to respect Rollo Tomassi a fair bit, which is...
Yeah, at least contributed as pretty heavily to the red pill community. And he seems to be like pretty well propped up by them. And, you know, I think his whole like book or literature, I think it's like explicitly titled like The Rational Male, pretty much like perpetuating that, you know, men are the rational ones, and they're just like pure logical, pure calculus, and that women are like the feelings. They're just all in their fifis, or all emotions, and it's like men won't even realize that they have emotional needs. Just to even recognize that they have emotional needs, it's just like, no, put it on the back burner. We just need to be more and more rational, and they don't even want to have that conversation, even to just say, hey, you're a man, you're a human, just like any other human, and you have emotional needs. But it's like, no, I'm a man, I need to be like just a calculator or a computer. Like, well, good luck with that. Don't be surprised by the outcome then.
Yeah. So it's interesting, right? I mean, Rollo Tomassi's whole book is, I would argue, by and large, I haven't read it, so I would be clear.
I haven't read it
Everything
either.
I hear from it, everything I hear from it, and more importantly, maybe I'll just speak to the men are the rational man or whatever, is this idea of like, yes, men are the rational ones and women are in their fifis. It's a pretty big cope, because when I look at like emotionality for men, I basically see two sides trying to give a solution, and both of them are a little bit off in my view, right? So we've got like kind of the Rollo Tomassi sides, which says like men are able to disconnect from their feelings and just be rational. And I'm like, that's just not true. Like what I would argue, so here's how I characterize it. Typically, because I separate the world in like masculine and feminine versus like men and women, because I think it's fine for men and women to engage in either. Now, you might be a gender abolitionist, so if you're a gender abolitionist, you would reject my paradigm entirely, but
I tend to lean pretty heavily in that direction, but I totally grant.
Yeah, that's what I figured, yeah. So if you'll grant me basically my paradigm of this is how I kind of view the world, right? When we like look at the masculine, my brain just short-circuited. I completely
That's
lost
okay.
track
Take
of
your
what
time.
I was saying. What was I talking about with Rollo Tomassi? Oh, masculine, oftentimes when it's engaging in its emotionality, it's like its emotion comes out sideways, right? So like you'll have a man who's feeling some sort of way and he'll just decide, like this is the classic one I give. There'll be a guy, he's 40, and he decides he must have a motorcycle. It must happen. He needs a motorcycle because there's a lot of feelings going on behind there, right? Probably he's hit 40, he's maybe a little bit overweight, his wife's not as attracted to him, maybe his marriage has gotten really complacent, his kids are kind of sick of him because they're all like teenagers, right? And so in many ways he's feeling basically maybe demasculinized, he's not feeling idealized or attractive, or he's not feeling any of kind of like the gravity that he had as a young man, right? And so he feels a lot of feelings, some sadness, there's grief in there, embarrassment is probably, shame is in there. And so he's like, motorcycle. It just comes out sideways and he decides the solution, motorcycle. And it's like, the solution isn't the motorcycle, right? The solution is working on yourself. We see this a lot in men as well, when like they'll be super calm with everything and then they'll like explode out sideways at like the most random thing, like they'll like road rage super hard or something, because their like emotion comes out like sideways, right? Because they tend to like bottle until it like explodes.
Yeah,
out
like
for
a pressure
random
cooker.
emotion. Yeah. And so I think we've identified that decently well as a society in addressing like toxic masculinity. The issue is that we've like offered the alternative to men to being like, talk about your feelings. And the issue is that peer bonding as a form of emotional regulation is one strategy for regulating your emotions well and expressing your emotions well. But it's not actually the only strategy. If you actually look at like the history of research, for example, behaviorism was highly successful as like it was one of our predecessors. I'm not saying all of behaviorism is the best, but we care enough about behaviorism that it's still included in like the CBT model. And so I'm concerned in that sometimes as we're getting an increasingly like more feminine mental health field, because of a number of reasons, women in general are graduating from that more often and whatnot. So they're like spearheading and leading, which is fine, by the way. The issue is that, like, basically in my view, I would argue, it does seem to be the case that we do separate culturally into like masculine and feminine a little bit. And it's not good for male, like young men, when they're looking like, how do I manage my emotions? They're not typically looking at their moms. Maybe they should, but they're not. They're typically looking for male role models, just like women are typically looking for female role models, for better or for worse. And I don't think we're like offering men the right solutions for emotionality. And the solution can't just be like in their minds, just be feminine with your emotions, because it's like, that's not really what they seem to be interested in. It doesn't seem to appeal to them.
Well, here's where I think it gets interesting, of like, well, what do you do with someone that, like, you know, if there's one optimal way that will be beneficial to them, but they're just not interested in that one optimal way, or like our currently most optimal way, then like, how do you get them to it? It's sort of like, you know, saying to someone, I use a lot of fitness analogies, just because, like, that's very much in my background, of like, you know, someone saying, yeah, I want to get strong legs, but I just never want to like do any squats or whatnot. Like, well, I don't know how to tell you. We can try and adapt, or like, I don't want to do anything with my lower body. It's like, well, I mean, okay, good luck with that, but don't expect very much in terms of benefits. And I do take your point, at least I think I take your point, in terms of like, yes, regulating and managing your emotions. It's not only about talking about them. Certainly there's like a time and place, but I do think what gets lost in the conversation is even just the ability to identify them is like different. As in, like, I think just like on the whole, on average, like, men are not as good as even just identifying what they are feeling.
No,
good as
they're
women.
not. They're not. And to be honest, I don't think anyone should be shocked by that. Like, what scripting do we have for this, right? In general, so this is something, again, this is the area where I break down with a lot of like further leftists, is that like, in my worldview, you have to accept that to some extent, gender is downstream from sex. They're obviously correlated. That doesn't mean that like men can't engage in like more feminine things and blah, 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 blah. But these things seem to be somewhat related in that, like, probably like 60% of men are going to like tend to fall in one way. They're going to tend to be a bit more aggressive. They're going to have certain like traits, and women are going to tend in another way. But obviously, like, there's ability for them to like go more and more. Most of the research I see actually shows that like women seem to be able to kind of like do the whole spectrum, and men seem to be a little bit more like rigid in like the directions of their behavior, and like how it leans. Same with sexuality as well. And so the issue is like, when we have like young boys, in general in psychology, we're taught girls internalize and boys externalize. That's like a pretty well-known phenomenon. Seems to be the case. Obviously, doesn't matter why that is the case. Let's descriptively assume that that's true, right? Girls will cry. They'll go inside. They'll draw sad pictures, right? They do all these internal things. They'll maybe want to withdraw. They'll get really quiet. Okay, those kids are the easiest to co-regulate with, right? A crying internalized kid is the best co-regulation child. Like, as somebody who's nanny, I love co-regulating those kids. You just like pick them up, you rub their back, and you just get to like snuggle with a cute little kid while you like watch a show, and they like cry a little bit, they breathe into you, and they relax. Co-regulation is done. co-regulating an externalizing child is a whole other ball game, right? Because an externalizing child wants to throw a fit, they want to kick their legs around, they want to scream, they maybe want to stomp their legs, they want to break things sometimes. And so how do you co-regulate an externalizing child? It's not super obvious. What do we do with externalizing children? Go to your room.
Yeah, go to your, like, we isolate them.
Yeah. So, for example, young girls who tend to externalize oftentimes get the exact same experience. Go to your room. I don't want to see it. Don't want to see it. Don't want to hear it. So we're raising, if we assume that in general, it tends to be more boys who tend to externalize, all the children that are getting sent to their room for externalization, we shouldn't really be so shocked that they're not good at regulating their emotions, especially when we have rampant amounts of fatherlessness, not very good male role models, and there's a study that I'm curious it hasn't come out yet. I just keep hearing about this study. It should come out in like 2023, 2024. That's looking at intergenerational trauma of men specifically in North America, looking at the number of like wars and PTSD and fatherlessness that has been like inherited for like 9 generations now. So we like see this build up and it's like, of course, men aren't good at this. The issue is that nobody gives a shit. By the time that they're 22, when we know men are bad at our emotions, we don't really have grace for it. We kind of just say like, fix yourself. Whereas for women, we know that, for example, that we socialize women to be really bad at boundaries and stuff, which is why in general, we tend to encourage people like give women extra grace. We kind of like try to foresee certain like boundaries and safety measures that they would need and like cater to that without them asking. So we do these things to like make up for some of the social programming that women get that harm them, right? Being overly like passive, but we're not doing it for men. And I don't know why we're not doing it for men.
Yeah, so you bring up a lot of great points, a lot that I agree with. And also, I take your point or agree with you that based off of the research that I've seen, probably not as much as you, but like, yeah, it seems like on the whole, boys like tend to participate in more externalizing behaviors. And that like, yeah, women or girls more internalizing. I just have I'm not 100% sure that is just like, I don't think that's like, as far as I can tell, like that's not a biologically like wired behavior. Or at least it's hard for me
I'll send
to
you some studies.
Yeah, sure, by all means.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, from the data that I've seen, you can at the very least reduce externalizing behaviors if you socialize them in a particular way. Like there are like parental interventions, or like, you know, there's some interesting studies. Pretty much.
Here's
like,
the question: why do we want to externalize? Why do we want to reduce externalizing? What's wrong with externalizing?
I don't think there's anything inherently wrong. Like obviously, the methods of externalization matter in terms of like.
Same with internalization. Cutting is a form of internalization.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think that speaks just more to like the overall issue of like emotional regulation of like why
this actually speaks to my point. I'm gonna push you, sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
If young boys tend to externalize, and we bite the bullet that it seems to be the case, let's assume there's some element, because for example, testosterone does increase aggression. So like that's one form of externalizing. So we know that it's somewhat biological. Why are we telling parents the whole goal of parenting should help them decrease their externalization? Shouldn't the goal be teach children, whether they're boy or girl, that if they externalize, to externalize their emotions in a healthy way? Go for a sprint, go play baseball in the backyard, go scream into the void if you want to, whatever you need to do.
Yeah.
Why? And isn't this disproportionately impacting men if men are the externalizers, that we're teaching them that the way that they need to express their emotions isn't okay?
No. I will attempt to engage with that as best I can in terms of like, I take your point of like not all externalizing behaviors are the same. Someone punching another person out of anger is different than someone going for a run, obviously, or like whatever, building a chair as another. I can see as a potential intervention of like, well, just externalize in a healthy way, but as far as like the interventions that I have seen, or the interventional studies that I have seen, it largely focuses on like reducing externalizing and that like I haven't seen a lot of data, but this might just be not doing my due diligence, but I haven't seen where it's like if they just externalize healthily, as in like it's channeled into like running or physical activity, then it leads to just as good outcomes as, you know, reducing externalizing. But I'm totally open to the question.
Here's a question. Have you found any research that actually has adopted an externalizing healthy modality of emotional expression? Because I haven't.
Well, yeah, that's pretty much where and I'm open to the question. There might
Yeah.
be a way. I'm just saying when it comes to prescription, like I'd personally,
Yeah.
but I'm not a clinician. I'd have a hard time making that prescription based off of no evidence. But there might be some in the future, or like maybe those studies are
Right.
ongoing. And
Yeah, so like one thing that you could look at would be things like wilderness therapy and kind of stuff that's going to be incorporate like body, physical, externalized stuff in general. These studies are really interesting. They're obviously like not an RCT for the most part. They're pretty like weak, but one thing if you look at for like all the research on treatments and stuff is they're mostly filled with young women a lot of the time.
oh yeah,
or-
it's because like it's often like from the psychology department. That is whatever 70, 80, maybe even more.
Yeah, my thesis was 70% women for social anxiety research, right? And so it's like, how much does this generalize to men? How much does this generalize to LGBTQ people? I don't know. I would hope it does, but so did the medical establishment when they assumed that heart attacks were the same across people, because hearts are the same. And then it turns out it's actually a little bit different between men and women. It expressed symptomatically a little bit different sometimes. And so when it comes to this externalizing stuff, the fact that like there isn't any research, there isn't any modalities designed, it's like we're smart. If we want to figure out a healthy way for people to externalize, we probably could figure it out. Here's a simple one. Go for a sprint. When I have young boys and they like need to externalize, like when I like had run kids camp or whatever, and I can see they're all getting super angry and they need to externalize, I get these boys to do like jumping, and I make it a game, right? We're gonna do jumping jacks. We like jump and flip around. We move our bodies and our legs. And sometimes I'll take boys and we'll go and like throw rocks at like the largest tree. Like there's ways to externalize that are healthy. And so I'm dubious to say like, I guess the question to me is, why aren't researchers doing this research? Why have we never even considered looking at externalizing? Why have we just thought, how do we reduce their externalizing?
And we can talk. Obviously, I have no problem talking about potentially like some systemic biases or institutional biases in a certain discipline. But then it's sort of like when you talk about systemic issues overall, it seems like there's a certain groups don't even want to recognize systemic issues like at all. There are no systemic issues. But what I would ask the question, and this is just sort of like me thinking out loud to a certain extent of like, so, I think it's fair to say that like whatever, 100 years ago, the field of psychology, or even the field of medicine overall, like pretty much exclusively men, right? I think even you would agree with that. So then I would ask the question of like, what has allowed these fields to now be pretty much like predominantly women, as in like I think as of now recently medical school is trending towards majority women, psychology trending towards it is majority women, and so I'd ask the question, what do you think has allowed women largely to infiltrate pretty much like these exclusively male dominated spaces, take over, and like now there's a bias. And then like, when women want to get their issues addressed, well, they were speaking to a male dominated field. And like now that the script is reversed, there's an interesting sort of dynamic playing out in my mind.
There is, right? Because I would argue, I could be wrong, because getting research on historical factors that have like changed major like zeitgeist and paradigms is not a very accessible.
It's a loaded question. Yeah, I'm just like, your thoughts.
If I could theorize, I'll give you my theory, and obviously it's going to be biased on what I think. But essentially, what I would argue it is, I think feminism did a pretty good job empowering. I think there's certain technological advances like the tampon and birth control, but birth control by itself doesn't explain why women are like flooding into university, right? I think it's essentially like some level of like
taking over like virtually everything. The even like when the red pill community, like even when they cite like, oh, men are doing fine in STEM, they're not doing fine in STEM. It's pretty much like only exclusively like engineering and mathematics,
right.
And like whatever, physics and computer science. That's about it.
Right.
And this is why like I started to look heavily into Jordan Peterson, because he was talking about the gender discrepancy in STEM, and like I'm heavily involved in STEM. I have my degree in molecular biology. I'm a biochemist, and I see the demographics, and like when I look in the data, it's like, oh, it's bad, it's getting worse, and like men are not excelling, or it's a very smaller piece of the pie that they're excelling at.
Yes. I think for one, we've empowered women and like removed glass ceilings. We've just like removed a lot of the systematic stuff, like the actual policy level stuff, at both punitive levels. So if you're like actively known to be biased against women for like collegiate like acceptance, you're gonna get a smackdown. And we've changed the cultural zeitgeist to the point where like I would say we probably have very high levels of compassion and like grace for women. We in general, there's not a lot of people where if I'm like, hey, I empowered a woman to do this cool thing for herself, nobody's gonna be like everyone claps for that, right? It's very romanticized within our culture, which is based. I haven't seen that as much for men at all.
But then why do
I've
they need
also
it?
seen-
Because like they would say they don't need support. At least I'm pretty sure. Like, you know, that emotional support, that support network. I don't think men are generally speaking all that great at it.
I think it's complex, right? I think that we aren't parenting young boys to be successful in a modern landscape where like emotionality is required. You do need to be like emotionally intelligent, essentially, to like be somewhat successful. I think increasingly, college is, people are getting more and more like turned off of college. Colleges are increasingly becoming more about like factories of getting money than they are about like providing like quality education. And men can, for the most part, get pretty well-paying jobs without a collegiate level, whereas women can basically, to get a decent job, they usually need collegiate level education, right? Nursing, etc. Otherwise, they're stuck to much more like hair salons. They don't have the options of trades, essentially. They don't have well-paying options. So that's probably a large portion of it as well, is that men are preferring like these more labor-intensive jobs. As well, I'm going to be honest, I do think that there's a bit of a bias in this world. Like I don't see evidence to me that we have compassion and grace for men like we do for other groups. I should say for other groups, for women, because I don't think we have compassion and grace for trans people either, to be clear. I would put it like women, I think, have like, this is why I'm kind of like, women in my view, like there's a couple of issues that we still have to come across. Sexualization, there are legitimate women's obstacles have. But I'd say like in all of history, women have probably like the most level of access, the least level of like systemic, especially white women, like things holding them down. And the greatest level of opportunities. And then it's like probably men are underneath that. And then like way below that would be like trans individuals, for example. And so I'm concerned that, for example, like men are increasingly reporting that they feel uncomfortable in these spaces, that they don't feel like they're okay to exist in these spaces. When men bring up legitimate male issues, they do get dismissed, right? A lot of times when I bring up male suicide stats with leftists, they'll say, yeah, but women attempt more. I'm like, yeah, but men die more. Like this still matters, right? They just want to dismiss. And so, and when men's movements do begin that like are about empowering men, it does kind of get attacked. Sometimes for legitimate reasons. The issue is that it's almost impossible to talk about men's issues or be sympathetic to men's issues without getting like vilified. And so I see like a complex number of factors playing into why we're seeing these collegiate things. Probably the biggest one being, to be honest, labor fields being more financially viable for men than they are for women.
I would probably push back against that, since at least based off of what I've seen from the data and like the trends, it seems like increasingly more and more, like at the very least, a university education would be like more and more important. Not only when it comes to like earning potential, but also like even just like potentially finding a partner, as in like I think generally speaking, rather single women with an education are generally, at least in the circles that I run, they are generally selecting for at the very least equally educated men. And so like I've said it before, of like it will get to the point. Maybe we're at the point now of like some of the best dating advice would be just like go get a university degree, but they're not going to do that, and I'm not even sure they have the skills to do that.
And they don't want to. They don't want to pay, like, especially in like American university. Like, we can go to university for
Yeah.
cheap for them, they're gonna have to go into like up to like 120K in debt to like get a degree to get a woman. Like they're like, I'd rather just make money like in the trades because women like money too.
But that's the thing. Like, I totally take your point. In the United States, like for sure, there's a much higher barrier to entry. That like and it's very often, and not always, but very often it's like men who are reinforcing the notion that you got to pay for education. Of like to have free universal education. I think if you were to poll, I checked, it's generally like women are more in favor of that option than men. But like it's hard to understand what you just said in the context of like Iceland, where tuition is like dirt cheap, and they're going through like an equally as bad, if not worse, education crisis among men, where it's like I think tuition there for like a year is like the equivalent of like a few $100 Canadian. And like they're choosing not to, where it's like not only choosing not to, but they're going, and they're also like they're basically like a high dropout rate of like they're not cutting it. And like as much as like I push back against like Heem's like bootstraps argument, like it does seem like the bar has been raised, and like they're competing with a demographic that I think the way I view it as so this is a much larger conversation, but like what do I see as one of the main drivers as to why I would say there's a lack of resilience or grit among men, is them not recognizing that they have an emotional world. As in, it seems to me, based off of what I have looked into, like to be resilient, to have a high degree of self-control, that is an emotional process. To engage in temporal discounting, that appears to be an emotional process. And to engage in something like getting a university degree, that is largely a form of like temporal discounting, and they don't have the tools to like temporally discount because they don't have access to like their emotional world. And when I try to give the advice of like, hey, you've got emotions that you might want to like recognize, work through, and maybe I'm just like a bad communicator, or I'm talking to the wrong people, or both, but that like just like falls on deaf ears. I'm like, no, I just need to like go into the trades, or I need to be like more rational. I just like grit it out and like bite down hard enough, I'll just like get through it. Like, oh well, good luck with that.
She was like, to be honest, our society is like modern as it is. Like we don't really value emotional men, right? Like there is. So while I said, if you're with a woman who's going to like leave you or be uninterested in you because of your emotionality, you should just like not be with her. There's still the reality that many men experience always a secondary importance in their relationships, right? There's a really interesting finding. Have you ever heard of, his name is Dr. G. He's a university professor in, I think, Waterloo.
Like literally just like the letter.
He's small time. He's smaller time, so you might not. I just figured I would see, because I know you're very research read.
No.
So he paired a bunch of studies. So I will say this is a pairing of studies. This isn't a collective study by itself, and I haven't seen a meta-analysis on this, but there was a bunch of studies that were done that looked at basically, they gave people a bunch of like faces. So children, men, women, don't know if it was modern enough to include like more like genderqueer individuals or anything. So I think it was pretty standard. So children of both boys, girls, men, women. And then they basically rated certain things like how compassionate they felt towards them, if they were in need, how much they would care, if they saw them crying, how much like empathy they would feel like they had to them. And what they found is that pretty robustly, almost everyone reported feeling high levels of compassion for children, which is great. That is the response we want to see. And for women. And basically no one reported high levels of compassion for men. The one group that had a slightly higher level of compassion for men was other men. Women specifically seem to have much lower levels of compassion for men compared to every other group. Mm-hmm. There's another study done. It was looking at the ages at which we generally perceive young boys transitioning from boyhood to adulthood. And it was just based on like age progressions, more or less, of like faces and stuff. And based on all this, it seems to be around the age of like 16, somewhere between like 14 to 17. Although with how modern aesthetics change and how quickly some people become adults, I'm sure that age changes. But in this study, it was about like 15 to 17 years old. We also generally see boys become men. Like we start treating them as men to some extent. The rate at which young boys' suicide rate skyrockets is 15 to 16 years old. It goes from basically being like slightly on par to slightly below young girls to getting to that 5 to 7 times range. And that suggests to me that there is something going on. I don't think we have a society that is compassionate for men. And so as much as we yell at men, just talk about your feelings, I think our society has to care about their feelings first. And I'm going to be honest, I don't think we do.
Yeah, so I agree with you there in terms of like there's this potential negative feedback that men are receiving. If they show emotions, they are potentially punished for it. I take your point on that. That's I think that spans across like I think men are heavily punished by other men for showing emotion. I think you even saw it when you were on the Fresh and Fit podcast, or it was a very interesting dynamic of like, you know, when they learned on the panel that Destiny was like bisexual. It's like, ooh, a very, very weird shift in the panel like happened, where it's like, well, I think that says something about those type of men. Like, would you just say that you're afraid of being gay, or like you're homophobic or whatnot, like, or you're insecure, all of the above. But would they be honest about that? Probably not. Would they even recognize that? Probably not. And I think that takes place, like, I don't think that was like a rational reaction on their part, but I have no doubt that they would characterize it like as rational. Where I think even on the panel, I think the guy next to you like pretty much said like, yeah, like I try to be supportive with my guy.
MJ was terrible. He was the worst of them all. He was literally worse than Myron and Fresh as far as like toxic masculinity. He was kind of incredible.
And like I hope that they would be the outlier, but I don't think they are. Like I don't know for sure, but I think it's more common, like dangerously common, where it's like, yeah, they said they're supportive, but like, oh, don't cry in front of me. Like I'll pretty much just tell you to like man up and like get over it. Like, ooh, well, you're just like hurting your friend and you're a bad friend. And so it's like I totally agree with you that like the negative feedback that men receive doesn't promote them to, you know, grapple or recognize their emotions, period. But in terms of like the best prescription that I can give, at least at an individual level, is like it's hard to deal with, for sure. Just as like, you know, when I date someone or like I'm vetting someone to date, like, yeah, if it's a woman and like they happen to see me cry and I get a negative reaction, well, it's like, okay, you're just not the woman for me. Like, and you clearly have some of your own issues to work through. So like, I'll just move on to the next one. I would give that same advice to like any man. If you have a male friend that you like can't cry in front of, like that's probably a bad friend and you should get rid of them. Obviously, you shouldn't be the woman from Seinfeld who cries over a hot dog that fell on the floor and just perpetual crying. But I think there's a balance there. Like, if you can't be emotive in front of your friends, your male friends, probably need new male friends.
Sure. Yes, I would agree with all of this. I'd be curious, though, to what extent do you think... So, even in myself, if I'm being fully honest, well, I've done a ton of work on like realizing, for example, that like my emotions typically come before Nick's emotions do, and that's a problem, and it's my problem specifically. There's another element of like, if Nick was as emotional as even I was as often, how would I feel about it? And I don't know how I would feel about it specifically. Like, there's this element, for example, where like, I've got a couple of friends like struggling with this, where they talk a fair bit about their partner who's like a very emotional person. He struggles a lot with mental health, and it does impact her like attraction to him, and she feels horrible for it. She's at least self-aware enough to be like, and it's wrong, and it's my stuff, it's not his. But it's like, if me, like, I would say like, I've done really hard to like not dismiss men's emotions, right? I would say so is my friend. If like we're being self-honest enough to be like, I think it could impact her attraction. This is the really tricky thing of being like, I don't know what to recommend. I don't know. Do you remember the girl to my right in the blue?
Yes, I do.
When I basically told her, being like, this is actually part of the problem, right? Where she was like, I mean, of course he can feel his emotions. I just want to come to solutions quickly. And I was like, no, just like, men are good at coming up with like, men don't need any more reason to get out of their feelings faster. Like, please no, like literally just let a guy come to you
and hold space,
feel his feelings and hold space for his feelings, right? But on the flip side, there's so many women. So when men, for example, get a woman who's willing to hold space, a lot of men will fall into like trauma dumping, which is uncomfortable for anyone. I don't like it when girls trauma dump on me, where I'm just I can't
Sorry to
carry all
interrupt
this
you.
with you.
Just to like bring
Yeah,
up the
no,
point
but-
of like many men, or, I don't know, majority, or there's a portion of men that will use, or like part of them finding partners because they want to. The woman serves as a therapist, and there's just like a whole bunch of emotional labor they have to go through, and it's like, well, then don't be surprised if they don't want to stick around all that long.
Yes.
To your therapist.
Yes, exactly. Which is why, like, I basically look at it and be like, as far as it goes to men, I think we're failing men on almost every single level except for GDP. And the issue to me, for example, with like feminism and stuff like that, is that they'd be like, what do you mean? Men are so successful. Look at, they've got great GDP. And I'm like, that's the only thing. Like, that's it. And that's because we've basically essentialized men into being GDP. Like that's what men are in a large portion still to our society. Like we don't care about men. We really don't. I've worked at a women's addiction shelter. I've also worked at an addiction center that served men. I could tell you, donation-wise, thank you. There is a massive difference in donos. Like trying to get donos when you've got a woman and she's touching like a horse. It's like women's recovery center. Like people fucking run to donate money. Hold a man petting a horse, nobody gives a shit. They're gonna be like, that's a little gay. Like that's gonna be unironically their response. They're gonna be like, that's a little feminine. And I don't know how to just chalk that up to just toxic masculinity. I think it's deeper than that, basically.
Well, when you say deeper than that, so then what, or like, how do you characterize or understand that? In terms, because I think I would agree with you in terms of like that's not only toxic. Like, first of all, I want to make it clear, like, I don't think like toxic masculinity is like the sole cause of every single issue facing men. I just think there's
But it's a cause of some, yeah.
like it's totally like a variable at play to many of the things.
Right. Do you think toxic masculinity is a driver behind not caring about men? Because I don't think that's a toxic masculine trait.
So here's where I will try to sort of take out my position on how I view toxic masculinity. Just like pretty much someone trying to really adhere to like the gender role, or like pretty much like trying to fit themselves into that box, that masculine box, and like any deviation outside of the box is just like it's a non-starter. The example that I would use, sort of a crude, loose example, where, you know, there might be planetary consequences, is like, do you know how many men are even just like too afraid to like switch their diet from like no meat to plant-based because, you know, not eating meat is that's soy and that'll automatically turn you into a woman, even though that's not true. But like, you know, there's planetary consequences to that. It's where it's like, in order to be man, I have to eat meat, and like if I abandon that alone, I'm no longer a man. It's like, well, you're just ridiculous, or at least, you know, like I can't engage with that. If you're so like hyperfixated on this box, then it's like you're not in the greatest. You're like almost unreachable at that point.
Right. I guess this is how I would view it. I view history kind of in this way of like, historically, we conferred value to a very select number of people, which was typically the most powerful, which often ended up being rich white men. But in other nations where like white people didn't exist, that ended up still dominantly being rich men of various racial groups, right? Those are the people we valued. Nobody else mattered. Women didn't matter. Poor men didn't matter. Middle tier men didn't matter. None of them mattered. They weren't actually that valuable. Like our society didn't care about them, and it's obvious because of how we treated them, right? Like we didn't give like women rights. Poor men were basically like chopped up and like tossed into war and basically like used as like fodder for like knights to hide behind and stuff. Like we've just never really cared about human life. It's been kind of a slow progression where we've figured out that caring about human life is like probably a good thing, right? And so eventually we started caring about like a little bit more about men. I think in general we started caring a bit more about men, but mostly still about rich men. And then there was a huge movement, especially in the 1900s, for caring about women, which was based. Super cool. And I'm glad that we did that. And I think there's been a growing, steady surgence of valuing and caring about women in the way of essentially, when you look at a woman, there's some level of compassion that's felt. And then I think in the 60s, we did that surge for racial groups, I still think it's a very long process, but I do think we're steadily improving on this thing. We kind of are really, really just starting with the trans LGBTQ. I think we're like hundreds of years behind. I haven't seen a very large movement for poor men in general. I haven't seen much of a movement for that. And that to me is where I think why we like miss men at large is because we've kind of villainized men at large. That like if he's a black man, well, we might have compassion and like have some level of like grace for him, but that's more because of his like black identity than for his like masculine identity. You know, if we look at like a gay man, we're gonna have some love, maybe a little bit of grace for the fact that he's gay, but nobody cares about the fact that he's man. Trans men, nobody cares about trans men at all. Nobody cares about them at all in any way. Nobody even talks, like no one even talks about trans men.
Oh yeah, and I think
so,
that speaks to something, but I take your point. Yeah.
yeah. And so essentially like I'm concerned that like we aren't doing enough to talk about like what are the things that need to be implemented to like help different groups. And I don't think we're helping, for example, poor fatherless men, which there's lots of them. That's the main group that I see disenfranchised. Those are the main people that become incels. Those are the main people that become mass shooters. Those are the main people that do crimes, that end up homeless, that end up addicted, and that often kill themselves. Or successful men who have retired. Those are the other men that kill themselves.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of points of agreement there. One thing I would maybe push back against your question of like the villainization potentially, or like the stigmatization of men, just because like, well, whatever. I don't place too much emphasis on it, but like whatever. I'm biologically male, and even though I'm technically not white, I'm white passing. And like I don't, and this might just speak to my privilege or like the circles that I run in, but I don't feel like villainized. That totally might just be privileged. And as far as I can tell, the men in my circles, like they're not expressing like those sentiments. But again, I run in a very unique circle, so I don't know how we're obviously not represented.
Yeah, like for example, I wasn't super understanding of women's issues with like being sexualized and dismissed for being a woman because I ran in like very academic and also like feminine circles. I've only really experienced it since I've come to Twitch. And it was the first time I was like, oh fuck, like I guess this is still a thing for a lot of people. Like interesting. I thought we were past that. So like it might be, I'm just saying it might be survivor bias potentially, because I definitely had that with certain like women's issues.
Okay, yeah, it totally could just be a blind spot to me, for sure. Just because like I'm limited by my experience and like I occupy a certain point in the society that I'm in, where I just might be so disconnected from it that like what you're saying is true and I just don't know it. But also at the same time, it's hard. Like, not that I'm for the demonization or villainization of pretty much like anyone, but I can see historically. At least I think there are historical reasons as to why, or it's understandable why there might be some semblance of villainization of men, particularly from women, where it's like, but I totally take your point that this is just like, this might be sins of the father type of thing, like it's a new generation of men, and like they're just paying the price for whatever all of the stuff that their past fathers, grandfathers did. And so it's like, yeah, I don't know how to tackle that per se. Not that I'm looking to solve that alone. But
it's complex, right? Because there's so much legitimacy to both sides, and it feels like the legitimacy like this is the issue with couples therapy, for example. Like being a couples therapist, I do not covet that position at all, because typically when you listen to both sides, you're like, I can totally understand why you are the way that you are and you feel the way that you are based on like your experiences and like what you're perceiving in the world. Like I totally get it. I also get why you aren't perceiving the other side nearly as well. And so it's like, how do you bridge that? To be honest, hard to say. We don't even know how to solve couples therapy. Like Gottman's like all we have, and that's like 5-1 or 5-2, whatever the ratio is for positive. It's not much.
Yeah. And one thing that I wanted to touch upon is like it seems like one of the factors that you attribute to this crisis in men is like the intergenerational trauma, or you've alluded to it. I'm just curious, like what exactly do you mean by that?
Yeah. So there's a super cool study coming out next year, the year after, that's actually looking at this concept. So typically, I'm not sure how familiar you are with like intergenerational literature or anything. It's much more of a theory, speculative research world that it is like super hard, like quantitative data. But oftentimes in groups where there is high levels of intergenerational trauma, we see a couple of things trend, which is typically addiction, suicide, and homelessness, right? So if you look at like indigenous populations, they're insane, the levels of suicide, addiction, and homelessness that happens within these populations. You're also going to see a high level of like just mental health disorders, criminality as well as a common one, just dysfunction. You're seeing at a societal level major markers of dysfunction. And you see this actually in men. We see criminality is the one that I'll probably be like hard to map that onto a comparison because men historically have always done the bulk of the crime because testosterone's a terrible drug. But addiction, homelessness, and suicide is something that we can look at as markers of dysfunction. The study is basically like going all the way back to World War II, where basically you had an entire society's group of young men, able-bodied men, go to war and either not come back at all or come back with significant PTSD that was never diagnosed because they called it shell shock and it wasn't really viewed as anything. And they raised a bunch of boys. And whether we like it or not, there's some element of like, it seems to be the case that whether it's genetic or it's just social culturalization, same-sex children often look to the same-sex partner to help model to them how to be and how to exist as themselves, which makes sense. And then we had the Vietnam War in the States, right? And we've had these like repeated interactions of like major wars that have killed thousands of men and left thousands more with significant serious trauma. And then we've also had increased overall fatherlessness where like men are not staying with the women or having single parent households and stuff like this. And so what there's kind of this argument is that there's kind of this intergenerational trauma that's building up in men that is causing lower education. It's causing all of these markers of societal level dysfunction that we're seeing in men is what we always see in intergenerationally traumatized groups as well. And basically the question is like, where is this coming from? And then how do we correct it?
Okay. I think I understand what you mean. But then I would ask the question, again, me thinking aloud of like, why would all these issues, like I understand the war aspect, because like historically speaking, pretty much like only men that go to war. But even then, it doesn't seem like, I think an argument can be made that like historically, women would have experienced like intergenerational trauma to a different extent, but it doesn't
not
seem
with
to
same-sex parent. Not with same-sex parent like boys. Like this could potentially argue why, for example, there might be issues coming from not having like a good male role model for women, but we're not seeing it as much for women because women weren't going to war, getting PTSD, or dying and not coming back.
Yeah, that's totally.
They had struggles, but it's very different. It's hard to compare PTSD from war or dying to like the struggles. Like it's hard to say that these things are quite equal, especially when like we're talking about intergenerational trauma. We're typically talking about like big stuff like residential schools, death, like major trauma, PTSD level trauma.
Yeah, no, well, yeah, I guess officially PTSD level trauma, like from what I understand, like yeah, largely, whatever in the veteran demographic, largely men, and so like that makes. But even then, I think it's hard for me, again, thinking out loud of like how that plays out to like men today, like whatever current generation, because like it seems like it's getting worse, where it's like a generation of men, I think pretty far removed from like going to war or like have no experience of war, and they're sort of like experiencing like the same issue, or at least it seems like they're experiencing the same issues of like not pursuing higher education, dropping out of higher education.
Yeah,
suicide,
what have we
etc.
been doing to offset the intergenerational trauma for men?
Yeah, I agree with you. It's totally an unmet need. But I think that I would just bring up like sort of help-seeking behavior of like there's totally lack of resources. And I'm not going to speak to like how we treat PTSD, but from what I understand, like it's a fairly intensive like treatment, and like it actually requires like an actual like therapist, not just strictly medication based. And I think this is where it's like I'll bring in toxic masculinity of like help-seeking behavior, of like to seek help. It seems like that's just like a non-starter of like if you express or you admit that you need help, that's like the sign of weakness, and so you're not going like. I think that plays out as to that's a variable at play when you look at survival rates of men versus women. Like just men like are hesitant to go to the doctor, even for like they'll go to the doctor when they have a heart attack, but before that screening, etc., etc. It's just like if nothing's wrong, I'm just going to ignore it. I think there's something.
But if
similar.
you have institutions that are biased against this group, that aren't also as interested, that also view you as like a weaker man for coming in, if you have like therapy that seems to be tested almost exclusively and made for dominantly more for women and is also provided by women, right? So we like have all these institutional barriers that like maybe they're help seeking, but it's like if all the institutions that are set up to like help seek aren't very helpful for them, or there's still implicit biases against them, it shouldn't really be shocking that they're still not really being successful.
Yeah, I could totally see that. I would just, it depends on what you mean by like implicit bias in terms of like are you saying that they are seeking help and that, you know, as a result of like a negative experience or like them being chastised for seeking help? That
Absolutely. I have tons of men that come to me being like, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to find a therapist. It's always like, I just don't click. It doesn't work. Sometimes there's like weird stuff about the fact that like I'm a man and she's a woman. I'm not sure about male therapists. Do you think that would be better? So there's lots of people that have terrible experiences with this.
Yeah, I totally take your point. Like finding a therapist that you click with. I don't think that's uniquely like male thing. I think like everyone would agree that like having good therapeutic relationship with your therapist, like it's pretty much like a matchmaking. Like you have to find one that you click with, that you can.
But if I'm a young man and I go to school and I don't have a dad, right? Most of the people at school are women, right? So you don't have a ton of male role models. Hopefully, honestly, I hope that they would get a good male teacher to be a role model, right? That would be the ideal situation, but there's not a lot of male teachers, right? They're unlikely to get that because there's just not a lot of men teachers. So they grow up, maybe they've just got a single mom who's working 40 to 60 hours to survive for her kids. So it doesn't matter if she wants to be an amazing mom. She literally cannot provide for her children emotionally. Like she literally doesn't have the time, right? So you've got no male role models and an emotionally tapped out mom. You've got no good male role models because at least it's the girl. She can go to school and there's at least good female role models for her at school, right? He's also externalizing all the time because he's got a single mom. He's distressed and he's a boy, so he's more likely to externalize. So he gets sent away. He gets in trouble. He gets kicked out of school. He gets told, you're a bad child. Repeatedly. There's girls in a similar situation, much more likely to internalize. And then they're much more likely to get care-seeking behavior, being taken care of, right? They get kicked out, they're told that they're a bad boy, and then all of a sudden we get shocked when boys don't like school, they don't enjoy school, they have to sit still for hours, when I'd argue like early school is not super well developed for like highly active people, which is why typically ADHD girls don't do very well, or more hyperactive young ladies don't do very well, and a lot of more boys don't do as well in school, especially early school, right? So we have all of these things that are designed that aren't super helpful for men in all of their formative years. And then they get pooped out at 18 and we're like, help seek. There's therapy available for you. And it's like, they don't even have the basic building blocks. They don't even have. And then what do we see? These men are orienting. They are help seeking. They're orienting towards themselves that I would argue is probably the most important thing that like their 3-year-old self wants, a male role model. The problem is that they're selecting bad male role models, right? That's an issue. But it's like, they are help seeking. We just don't like the help that we're seeking because it seems to be the case that the institutions aren't meeting those needs or aren't very appealing to them for multiple reasons. But I would argue as an institution, that's our job to figure out. Just as I'm so sorry, I have to get going. I know I just monologued for 6 minutes, but I have to get going right away. Do you have any response super quickly?
Not super quickly, and I don't like you've got other things to do, so I don't want to.
I'm so sorry. I looked down and I was like, that was a 6-minute rant. I am so sorry.
No, there's nothing to apologize for. Like it's totally been great. I'm not going to keep you up any longer because I know we have a tight schedule. But like if you ever want to go through the research, either on or off stream, because I think there's some.
Yeah, send it to me so that I can be like prepped, and then we can. And I want to hash out more with Jordan Peterson when I've actually prepped, because I'm pretty sure he used to actually just trust the. Before his like coma shit, he said that he trusted the experts. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure But I remember him saying something like that, so I'm interested to prove to you that Jordan Peterson is a changed, broken
I'll
senior citizen man who's blaming everything on woke moralists right now.
I'll send you what I have, and if you want to go through it, I'd be more than happy to. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you
Take
so
care.
much for having me on. Sorry I have to
well.
run away. Okay, bye-bye.
Well, that was great. I'd enjoyed that. Short but sweet. They're a very busy person, understandably so. And also I apologize for neglecting chat. 1 second. And also, if Xeron is still here, I believe Xeron wanted to talk. But I'm going to take a sort of a 10-15 minute break. And also, Canadian Chronics, welcome back. Thank you so much for passing by during the workout stream. Passing by now. This looks like it's been removed. I think this is just set in our DNA for survival. I wonder exactly what you mean by that, set in our DNA. I don't think that there's a lot set in our DNA, personally. The link that you sent doesn't seem to work, or if it does, not sure that it's POS friendly. Men sacrifice cells for women to go on. I don't know that that's specifically in our DNA. I'm open to the question, but I don't know that that's like... I don't think there's a gene for men to sacrifice themselves. And if anything, if we frame self-sacrifice as like altruistic behavior, there's actually there's a lot of reasons to believe why women would be more self-sacrificial than men. And yeah, at this point, women and children first. I think that's a social thing. I don't think that's like you know, a genetic component. I'm just gonna reach out to Xeron, because I believe they wanted to chat. Okay, so to sort of bring my perspective or back up what I brought during the conversation, it was so interesting watching some of the chat reactions, well, in their chat, in Not So Erudite's chat, where it's like when I brought up the issue of like, you know, there appears to be a decent proportion of men who won't even consider a diet change of like eliminating meat, just because like eliminating meat is seen as like less manly, and that's a problem. And that's borne out, I think, pretty well in the literature of like gender differences in attitudes to vegans, vegetarians, and their food preferences, implications for promoting sustainable dietary patterns, systematic review. And it's like right here, it is possible that these differences are not so much a result of gender differences in food preferences as they are a reflection of the differences in attitudes to girls' and boys' upbringings, when a perceptual link between the meat-based diet and masculinity is formed. As in, like, you know, the socialization process appears to occur very early on, linking, you know, masculinity to meat. And as a result of that sort of like early messaging, almost like imprinting, then like men grow up pretty much with the idea like stuck in their brain of like, well, to be a man I have to like eat meat, and if I don't eat meat then I'm no longer a man. Well, yeah, what is more across Europe, Asia, Africa, and the Americas? Men consume more meat than women. Meat is often considered to be masculine food, and men with more masculine jobs tend to consume more meat. A reverse trend is associated with dairy products, fruit, and vegetables, which are perceived as typically feminine foods. Men also explicitly report more positive attitudes towards meat consumption. Across Western societies, women are twice as likely as men to be vegan or vegetarian. Men and women differ in their attitudes to meat consumption and in their preferences for plant products. Let's see. We are evolved from hunter-gatherers. 1 second. Women would be more important to stay alive. I'm not even sure I would buy that, per se. Just because, like, at the end of the day, it takes 2 people, currently, to make a baby. Or at least it takes two genetic donors to make a baby. So I'm not sure I would even, like, buy that women are more important to stay alive, as a species. I'm sure not all men would do it. Take your point there. We are evolved from hunter-gatherers. Yeah, that's fair. Overall. Over many years, it becomes ingrained. It doesn't change overnight. It takes one guy and a bunch of women. Even that, like, not necessarily, like, if you have, whatever, 10 women and one guy on an island, like, run through that thought experiment. Pretty soon, you get into a pretty, incestuous scenario. It's almost like we are all valuable. Yeah, and also welcome, rhinos are unicorns. Happy to have you here. And Louis 13, welcome to you. Do you think we are socialized to care more about children? Are you talking about men or women? As in, are you asking the question, do you think men or women are socialized to care more about children? Or that humans in general are socialized to care more about children? I just want to clarify your question. But, like, yeah, that thought experiment of, like, you know, we need one man and just a harem of women to perpetuate the species. Like, I think if you fully think that through, it's not a pretty scenario. Or again, that scenario gets pretty incestuous very quickly. Everyone. That is an excellent question. So, I would say the answer is yes, and I'm going to try and back that up. But give me a moment. So, just to wrap up, sort of like how you know, masculinity or gender roles, like, even affect diet, because, like, you have it here. In a culturally distinct country of, like, meat and masculinity in the Norwegian Armed Forces. The main reason behind the resistance to reduce meat consumption among Norwegian soldiers was meat's association with protein, masculinity, and comfort. Our results underline the importance of acknowledging the social and cultural role of food, where it's like, yeah, even what men choose to eat is, like, culturally and socially influenced, where it's like their choice to eat meat, it's like there's an effect of socialization and culture. I'm not saying that's what we need, but if you had the choice for survival of species, would you choose 9 men and 1 woman? Or, like, I would say both of them are, like, there's none is better than the other. Like, just think it through. Of, like, if you have 9 women and 1 man, okay, well, let's just say you impregnate all 9 women. Then, okay, from there, you have, like, 9 children. What do those, like, what's the next generation? It's either, like, that man continues impregnating those 9 women, but at some point, the next generation has to engage in incest. And in fact, if I think it through, okay, the 9 men and 1 woman, okay, would potentially be better genetically in order to reduce incest, because, okay, you obviously this is like a ridiculous scenario and like barbaric, but like you can like 1 man can impregnate that 1 woman, okay, and then that woman can have a child, and either a boy or a girl, assuming it's a girl, 50% chance, then you have actually fresh genetic information from a new man to impregnate this not newborn, but like wait for it to grow up and reach, adulthood, and then you have pretty much a brand new like genetic lineage, as opposed to like the 1 man, 9 women. You have like one generation, and then that generation has to engage in incest. Well, his point is that like saving women is somehow better for survival of the species. Like, I can't see how that is true. Would it be better? And like, I'm pretty well versed in my genetics. Like, I've literally taken like graduate level genetics courses. Would it be better to repopulate with 60% women, plus 40% men? Even then, I'm not sure. What, like, even if I reverse it, like, would it be better in comparison to what? As in, like, 60% men versus 40% women? I don't think there's any real difference there at all. Or at least no meaningful one. Like, in order to, like, really flesh out and do the thought experiment, like, you have to zoom in, and you have to use a small example. Because, like, if you're working with, like, you're asking, like, what's better? Repopulating with 60,000 women and 40,000 men, or 60,000 men and 40,000 women. I don't think there's any difference whatsoever. I think you can repopulate equally as well in both scenarios. And it's obviously like much more difficult, go through, pretty much impossible to meaningfully go through a thought experiment at that scale of like thinking about whatever, hundreds of thousands of men, hundreds of thousands of women. Well, like, yeah, to wrap it up, there's multiple studies pretty much investigating how gender roles, masculinity, affects diet choice, and like the more you identify or place importance on masculinity, the less likely you are to like give up meat, because you tie it so strongly to your identity, as in like, eating meat is just part of who I am, and like if I abandon that, then I'm partially abandoning who I am, which is a pretty ridiculous concept, because it's just food. So to answer your question, in terms of like, are we sort of like wired to care for children? 1 second. So was your concern that it would be better with, from a genetic standpoint, yes, because like the next generation, like you can have, you have like more genetic diversity, and that in that scenario you don't necessarily have to engage in incest, as opposed to like reversed, 9 women and 1 man. Like, you pretty much have to, and you have, as far as I can tell, you have no choice but to engage in incest at some point, pretty much after generation number 1. Where it's like either like that one original male is like impregnating his own children, obviously like horrific. Or like those children have to breed with each other, and like those are essentially like they're genetically related. I mean, yeah, fairly recently. Like we've known for quite a long time that incest is not genetically good. And so it's like, you know, if you are for the scenario of like 1 male and 9 girls, like again, you're pretty much like are in favor of incest at that point. One second. Going to reach out on Twitter. Oh, Bob Marley, it literally ended, well, almost exactly 15 minutes ago. We pretty much, like, it's 8:15 where I am, and we pretty much, like, ended exactly at 8:15 on the dot. Okay. But to answer the question, of, like, are we somehow maybe biologically wired to care about children? Let me just get some studies up. Oh, hey Xeron, welcome, or welcome back, I should say. Nope, by all means. Share it on your Twitter. That's one of the few places, I'm sure you know, better than I do, Bob Marley, of, like, economics, like 80% men. Like, it's, and I think that says something, personally. Yeah. So, economics, general. So it goes total, male, female. So it's pretty much like over 2 to 1, or 2.5 to 1. You have like 20,000 men, and approximately 8,000 women. Like, that's a crazy discrepancy. And I think whatever, it's not surprising. You know, you are my resident, you know, good economics, whatever, professor in my community. But I think this heavily skewed male discipline, I think, speaks to potentially how toxic it is. Or, you know, like, I understand now better why economics can be such a toxic field, that can be, like, pretty arrogant. It's just, I think it's flooded with a lot of toxic men. Give me, like, 2 minutes. I just want to answer the question that was posed earlier, by Canadian Chronics. I think they pretty much asked, like, are we basically, like, wired to care about children? But let me just get to that question. Let's see. Oh no, Louis 13, you asked this. Do you think we are socialized to care more about children? So certainly socialization is an aspect to that. But at the same time, it does appear, okay, or at least there's an argument to be made, that we as humans, or rather, not an argument, it's pretty clear that we as humans, we have an attachment system, okay? And it seems like some of the features, that children, some of the behaviors that children exhibit, crying, you know, the expressions in their eyes. Basically, it seems like they are almost whatever, they have evolved to sort of activate our attachment or caregiving system, which are two separate systems, where it's like humans have an attachment system to attach to other humans, to connect with other humans, and then there's the caregiving system, which there's certainly some overlap, and there's actually a very interesting dynamic between the caregiving and attachment system. But like, yes, in some sense, it seems like, okay, that, you know, to some extent, we are loosely wired to like respond and care about children. As in, like, we have a caregiving system, a healthy human has a caregiving system, and very many of the behaviors that children exhibit are pretty much like evolved to activate our caregiving system. All right, so we're gonna stop it there for now. Yes, so attachment and caregiving, separate things. I should maybe expand upon that at a later time. But like, yeah, it appears we have an attachment system and we have a caregiving system. There's some overlap, but there's also a dynamic interplay between the two. So chatting with Xeron. So whenever you're ready, Xeron, by all means, you can either hop in the Discord chat, or give me a call, either or.
Right there.
Yeah, hello. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. I had a quick question for you. Like, what's been your experience with panels and such recently? Because you do a lot of them now.
So I would clarify, I'm still doing a lot of them, but I would say, like, I think about half now, I'm not even streaming them. Like, I'll go on panels, as in, like, some of my recent Prime Kai's panels that I've been on, I have explicitly chosen not to stream.
That's like, that honestly seems like an interesting choice, because if I was a streamer, which I'm not, so I get the interesting thing where I can go places without platforming things. Is it because of what's being platformed, or is it because you feel as though you'd be stealing from it, or another reason?
There's certainly it's largely driven by the platforming aspect of like, I'm not sure how comfortable I am, in terms of like promoting this space.
Yeah.
Or not the space. Like, I have no problem promoting Prime. Well, I largely have no problem promoting Prime Kai's. It's mostly like sometimes the guests, the other panelists that he has on. Like, I'm not so sure that I want to, even though like I'm a nobody platform. Like, I'm not even a platform, but like,
You're not a nobody platform. You've talked to Destiny and talked to other people who have mentioned you. Like, in fact, I think I probably played a bit of a role. Like, anytime someone's mentioning science or biology, I immediately just push your name in there in case they ever end up talking to you.
Which I appreciate, but like, I don't know that I'm at the level of like, you know, me having a like, sure, I technically have a platform, but I don't think it has. I'm not an influencer. Let's leave it. I'm not much of an influencer.
Yeah, so like, what I find interesting is like we often talk, and I really like talking to you, by the way, because
Yeah, likewise.
there's not much judgment. Like, I can be very frank, and that often partially due to being autistic, partially just due to how I speak, my tone. People often assume that I'm attempting to judge them, and you don't, which I honestly want to say that I really do appreciate that, and it's refreshing.
Which I appreciate that feedback. I try to maintain an open mind, and always come from the space of being non-judgmental and holding space for whatever people want to share. And hopefully we can come to an understanding from there.
Yeah. So I figure, like, what kind of topics have you been, like, I of course range more in the philosophical type topics, as you know, more subjective things, mainly because my brain's wired that way. I always think abstractly, so unless it's something that I can relate something obvious and, well, not obvious, but factual to something subjective, I just don't, you know? So, like, what kind of topics can you think of? Like, are there any things that you're interested in recently? Philosophy, sort of like, I don't know, anything that you think we might both be interested in to discuss?
Well, I have absolutely no problem. Well, you sort of touched upon it a little bit, even with your first question, of like I'm currently grappling with how I want to navigate the panel space. Of like, I've been going on panels for a while, and like originally my intention was just like to try it, see, and maybe it'll like get my face out there and get people to know me, and then from there they might come check out my channel. But then like recently I've changed my stance is ever evolving, where it's like, based off of what's happening on some of these panels, like I don't feel like the most comfortable. And also at the same time, I recognize, at least I think I recognize, I don't know that it's everybody that follows me, but I think a large portion of the people that follow me, that come to my channel, like they're interested in interacting with me or obtaining my knowledge or what I want to share scientifically or from the news. And me being on panels like doesn't allow me to engage with the audience, however small, all that much. And so it's like I'm not.
I don't know if it's actually a lack of engagement, but it turns your audience into a different kind of audience. I think a passive audience.
Yeah, that's fair.
I know it's just a different way to frame it, but I find it useful because the audience is always there. The audience is always thinking, reacting. It's always going to be part of Twitch. It's a matter of your scale, really. Like, you ever played? There's that game Agario. It's like the game where you play as a blob eating other blobs. I know that sounds like a weird comparison.
No, I haven't heard of it, but it does sound like a cool game.
Well, it was a big phenomenon, like, I don't know, 6 years ago. Basically, like, the larger you get, you end up consuming other things in other sort of subjects and social groups. I think that's kind of what happens. Like, there's this, I wouldn't call it natural selection, because applying natural selection to human constructs is a path to disaster every single time, I think.
I largely agree.
Yeah, but like once you get to that larger scale, I don't think people interact with their audience as much. Like I even see that sometimes. Like, Sonsol?
Yes, I know. I don't follow them, and I don't really consume any of their content, but I know who Sonsol is.
Yeah, I used to, actually. I was on Twitch about 2 years ago when things sort of when a lot of the people I know weren't even on yet. You weren't on yet. I believe Talux had already began Seaweed. I believe I was on Twitch before Seaweed. So I was like on these panels. I remember, in fact, there was this funny thing. One time I brought a White Walker mask from Game of Thrones and joined a debate in like this weird, I don't know, it was like almost sort of LARPiness thing, but it was meant to add a spice to the thing because no one was taking it seriously.
Mm-hmm.
This is kind of before people decided that, at least these people, Sonsol specifically, there's also Socrates. I'm sure you've heard of him.
You mean the philosopher or the streamer Socrates TV?
I was not talking to the philosopher. I mean the streamer with the, like easy, like the last part of the name.
Yeah. No, I know. I absolutely know. Yeah, tease as in like teasing you. Witty banter. I definitely know Socrates. I've been on a panel with them, and I've spoken to them one-on-one. They're pretty cool.
Yeah, I agree. They are. I think sort of Socrates and Sonsol. Like I got to experience this early. I have been here just long enough to see people that were at a smaller stage. Sonsol got about 20, 30 views a stream, which is good, but it's not enough that people will be spending bits in order to talk to you,
Mm-hmm.
Eventually he ended up being sort of aligned more with people that were, honestly, I'll just say like the kind of people that are trying to reach Nazis, the kind of people that are trying to reach the far right and that are saying that the left is hurting this. Honestly, I feel like it's just the Twitch equivalent of Nancy Pelosi making the Democratic Party into an open tent by allowing pro-lifers in. It's like the whole idea of, well, we can't. These people are being controversial. Let's just partner with them. That's kind of the group he ended up in. And I noticed the same thing happened to several other people. I believe I forget all the names. I'm not trying to like start beef, but basically,
no, I know that you're not. You're not well enough.
I saw this transformation, and where people that were treating Twitch as a game and a social game, because game theory kind of like really builds into this, where the moment that you get to that point where you're actually profiting, where you're profiting to an extent that it's your main resource, that's the moment where you have to decide, where you actually get that control, where you get the control of, well, once I've earned enough money, what am I doing? Or rather, which direction am I going to go? You get people like Hassan, and I know you have issues with Hassan, but
I do.
I think it'd be fair to say that most of the time he is not. At the very least, I think that he contributes his actual beliefs, his actual opinions.
Sorry, say that again. I didn't catch all of that.
At the very least, I believe he's like showing his beliefs, his actual convictions most of the time.
Oh yeah. So I would agree with you. Like, as in, like, do I think he's being sincere and authentic in like what his beliefs are? Like, yeah. As far as I can tell, I have no reason to believe that he's not a leftist, and that like he strongly espouses and says those things, and he's consistent on his messaging verbally.
Yeah. And then there are people, I believe, that change their messaging, in sort of like Destiny, for example, having this idea of being a radical liberal, and then what happened like with Keffals and the ban and then the doxing and fucking swatting.
Well, I mean, there's a. I'm not up to date data on everything, but I only know what I've consumed and like pieced together through random tweets on social media. Of like, yeah, there's some sort of like beef between Destiny and Keffals, and like recently, Keffals was like swatted, GoFundMe, they've relocated, and at some point, like Destiny and Keffals had a falling out, and they're basically like enemies now. That's pretty much what I know.
Well, a lot of what happened eventually ended up being like Destiny is actually. I've talked to people who worked with Destiny on projects that brought money to people, trans people that were in distress, and helped them, and materially. Like, it wasn't just, hey, we like them, hey, we're going to do a publicity stunt. No, real action. But then you can eventually reach a point where you have, and I don't know where this happens, and that's actually something I'm trying to figure out, is where does it turn into a game rather than an actual intent? Like, when do you forget what your real goals are? Really?
Yeah. That's so that. Go ahead.
Like, you ever played do you play video games?
Absolutely. Well, not so much anymore, but I'm totally like I was a hardcore gamer, and part of me still is.
So you played like Skyrim, for example?
I haven't played Skyrim specifically, but I know the open world and like build your character, quests, blah blah blah.
So there's so to give like an analogy for what I figure is happening, and it's very hard to frame it psychologically because I don't think I have the framework at the moment. I'll find a framework that fits, and that I can sort of try to jury rate together a way to analyze it. But because I don't think people are trying to. This sort of new I think what's the word, parasocial relationships and parasocial sort of interactions are not saying we're looking at much, but basically if you're playing Skyrim has a different way of leveling. It's a different kind of RPG where, for example, if you smith a bunch of iron daggers and such, you raise your smithing skill. And people will do that. They'll go all the way to 100, and they'll spend hours upon hours breaking how the game works, all because they say, well, this is going to help me, therefore it's a good way to play that game. And that's the thing about, I think the thing is, you're playing two different games then. You're not playing the game of Skyrim, which is meant essentially to be an adventure, a story where you're developing naturally, versus this sort of thing where you've decided this is like you hyper focus on a game within a game. And I think that's what happens is it eventually, then you become cynical. And like, have you like done like studies, like have you read into like studies on cynicism and its relation to selfish behavior?
Are you talking about conventional cynicism, or like negative, or like classical Greek cynicism?
I sort of mean like distrustful cynicism, the idea that to assume a person's intentions are bad when their actions may be good.
As in, like, yeah, you mean more conventional cynicism, of like just an overall like negative outlook.
Yeah, I don't mean philosophical cynicism. I mean like what happens. It's almost like a natural reaction to your behaviors not always matching your actions, I think, but still.
Well, yeah, so I've looked a little bit into the research on cynicism, but mostly in regards to like personality and how that affects like their behavior, and actually specifically sort of like their academic achievement. I mean, generally from what I've seen, the limited that I've seen, cynicism conventional cynicism doesn't seem to be like basically you could just use the synonym lots.
God.
Yeah, the synonym for cynicism, I think, is just like pessimism. And like it seems like generally on the whole, like I have a lot of research about the opposite, optimism, where it's like it seems like to have an optimistic outlook, easier said than done, but it seems like optimism overall in the long run pays off, as in it's largely better for you psychologically and in real world outcomes to be overall optimistic than it is to be pessimistic. And that seems to hold true for cynicism as well, where I think there's a pretty large overlap between cynicism and pessimism.
Yeah, and I think I see you as a very optimistic person, and I think you
Yes.
promote that image firstly because it is your image. You're not misleading anyone. When like I think you're one of the people who, if you say something, I can at the very least assume you're putting it at face value, which is a very good thing, and it's hard to always reach that level of trust of people. I think that's actually why you end up bringing in a lot of people that are either sort of memeing politically or those that may have a genuine interest but are hiding it behind bits of irony, because you have a sort of a sincerity and optimism that reaches people. And like I think I saw Sonsol have that too, is the most interesting thing though. And not to attack the guy, although there are many reasons I would not like him, partially because he's aligned himself with people who are platforming like actual neo-Nazis, Richard Spencer. Like
Yeah.
I don't see the reason to do that when we're already platforming them on Fox News, you know?
Yeah.
But like basically that sort of changes for people. Like, how do you ever find yourself like with the social pressures of Twitch, of I guess just the internet, like do you ever see times where sincerity and that kind of optimism is tested? Like you talked about panels and worrying about that, like does that connect there?
So first of all, I very much appreciate that type of positive feedback that you provided and the sentiment, and it seems like you picked up, and I think I've also have explicitly said that like I pretty much lean like towards the optimistic, and I would almost like describe myself as an eternal optimist. This is not to say that I'm never sad or that I don't have moments of being down, but like on the whole, like I am a heavily optimistic person. And if that shines through, I'm happy to hear that. And you're bringing up, and me, a very interesting question in terms of like navigating this space, or attempting to navigate this space of like, I have come to Twitch, I'm still basically a nobody, and may very well continue to be a nobody for forever, however long I choose to stream, who knows. What I can say is, like, generally speaking, my approach to life is to do things with the intention that I want to do. The analogy that I would use, and again, no surprise, I always use a lot of fitness analogies, of like the space of the gym. Okay, it's an open space, almost infinite possibilities in terms of like what your goals are. Where it's like many people have the goal of losing weight, gaining muscle, both, whatever, increasing their cardio, in muscular endurance, blah blah blah, infinite goals. And so at the same time, a lot of people's goals are influenced by social messaging, external pressures, the media that they consume, societal expectations. And so from there, what I can say, my approach to the gym has virtually always been sort of intentional, of like, what is it that I want? What do I want to strive toward? In terms of like, I tend to put the focus on health. I tend to put the focus on the things that I want to focus on, which is almost exclusively driven by health. And I'm not necessarily, buying into where like the social messaging, especially for a man, not that there's no social messaging for women and marketing, but when it comes to like expectations of how a man should look, you're just supposed to be like the biggest, the most absolute whatever, most amount of muscle and least amount of body fat, or like, as minimal body fat to the point of unhealthy. And that is something that I have like pretty much like always actively rejected. It's not easy, for sure, and there are times where I've been challenged or struggled. Like there was a time, if you spend enough time in just about any gym, and you make enough connections, especially like as a man, like at some point, you'll have enough connections at the gym that you might be asked if you're interested in certain performance enhancing drugs.
Oh, really?
Of like whatever steroids, growth hormones, SARMs, where it's like, hey, if you want to make extra, if you want to really, up the progress, like I know a guy, or like I can hook you up.
If I ever find someone looking to transition towards being more masculine, I'll just send them to the nearest gym.
That actually wouldn't be
I'm making a joke. Clearly,
I know. Well, actually, you wouldn't necessarily, like, in terms of, like, whatever, the medication, they would get the medication, but they'd probably encounter someone who's almost certainly not overly accepting at all.
Well, yeah, it's actually quite ironic that there are people using testosterone to make them more masculine when they were born masculine, but if someone does so when they were born feminine, that's taboo.
Right, yeah, exactly right. And Bob Marley is bringing up an excellent point, and that's pretty much, like, echoes my sentiment. Of like, when I've encountered this scenario, when I've been when the question has been posed to me by someone that I know, like, hey, I made this progress taking these substances. I can hook you up. I know a guy. I've had to ask myself the question of like, ooh, there's a part of me that's tempted. But at the same time, in terms of like my goals and my intentions at the gym, like for me personally, I would not be able to like say to myself, oh yeah, I'm doing this for health, while at the same time taking on unnecessary health risks. And also at the same time, it's like me sort of like buying into that cultural and social messaging of like, oh, well, and at the time when I was posed this question, like I wasn't, not that it matters, but like I wasn't all that physically different than I am currently. It was just like, and I don't think I'm like lagging behind. Not that it's
you're not. You're definitely not.
Not that it's like a competition, but like but totally in comparison to the person that was offering it to me, like yeah, they had way more muscle than me, for sure. And that didn't surprise me upon learning that they took performance enhancing drugs. And so it's like I had to ask myself, okay, like where's this there was this temptation, okay, and I had to try to understand where's this temptation coming from. As Bob Marley points out, like I think a lot of that temptation is like driven by insecurity. I had to like grapple or like understand, oh, there might be a part of me that's insecure, and now maybe I should recenter myself and focus on my own goals of like I want to be healthy, and that like I want to at the same time, like sure, do I want to increase my strength, but I want to increase my strength on my own goals, in terms of like this is something that I've earned, and that I haven't cheated myself out of, as in like the progress that I've made. Like I can attribute it like to me and me alone.
You've decided to level your smithing skill regularly rather than having an hour of just smithing iron daggers so that you can reach to 100.
Exactly.
It's not a perfect analogy, but like,
no, but it still holds.
I think that is a part of masculinity. Actually, is just sorry. Please finish. I
was wrapping up. It was just like, yeah, I had to sort of like ask myself, like, what do I want from this space? Why am I like entering into this space of the gym? Well, it's on my terms. Like, I want to be healthy. I strive to be healthy. I'm like, yes, while I have like some muscle and I'm pretty lean, that's just sort of like a natural side effect of like how active I am, and that like I follow a healthy diet, and so like whatever, a nice physique happens to work out. But you're not gonna find me on any magazine cover, right? Just because I don't compare to those people. And like to get to that point, like that I would have to like abandon certain values of mine to get to that point. And so I approach the Twitch space in the same way, in terms of like, okay, what do I want? What are my goals so far? Of like, I want to share information. I would hope I strive to be helpful to whoever wants my help when it comes to information or sharing my experience, and then I'll just go from there. If the viewership happens, it happens. It doesn't.
Actually, that's like I kind of, the fact that you view it that way is part of why I always feel so encouraged. Like I hosted you earlier, so if anyone goes on to my
thank
my
you.
Twitch profile, which no one really does anymore, because you can whisper someone without going onto their profile. So I don't think anyone really goes there. But if they did, they'd find your thing, or on Twitter. Like I do that because like I see like you're not going about this in the aspect of it being a competition, a video game where you have to progress to level 100, and that's something that I see. Like, it's not there's no aspect of real shame to that, because that's how Twitch is designed. Like, if you notice, like, I'm trying to go about more of a listening based approach when it comes to actually talking. Like, you see me in chat, I'm a lot more aggressive than I am right now.
Yeah, but I understand, like, sometimes we're not playing the character, but like you're engaging in the rhetoric in a playful way.
Yeah, it's partially playful. It's also I have an issue with civility politics. That's part of why I'm not necessarily part of debate culture as much as I used to be. And I think, like, we have several topics. How long do you think you'd want to discuss for about? Because it's good to start.
I can go until 10 p.m.
I think that's definitely fair, about an hour or so.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's several topics. Like, I think first things first is, like, where do you see personally flaw? And I'm going to try my best not to just spout my things and try and get you to repeat them, because I do have my own opinions that I'll add to afterwards. But, like, how do you where do you find that conflict in working? Not like, is it just platforming when it comes to these spaces that bothers you, or is it also, like, what kind of subjects they're engaging in? Because I know that you always engage in very good faith on, perhaps not necessarily from a purely Marxist point of view, but definitely from that of a progressive leftist. And I see you trying to reach people. You oftentimes might be unsuccessful, not on your own actions, but on the fact that they just aren't on the same page. Like, is that aspect part of it, or basically what would be a better way to communicate, do you think? Like, what do you think would make your content more fulfilling for yourself?
Yeah, again, you're asking a really great question, pretty much like identical questions that I'm constantly asking myself. Of, like, this also just speaks to the conversation that I just had with Not So Erudite, of, like, I do want to have meaningful conversations, largely one-on-one or smaller conversations, but not with just like anybody, because, like, I just think there's some people worth engaging with, and there's some people that are not worth engaging with. Also, at the same time, there's some people that I want to associate with, or I'm okay with associating with, and there's others that I'm totally not okay associating with. And that's, like, my personal choice, where it's like, absolutely, I have no problem saying that there are probably some fundamental differences between me and Not So Erudite. I'm pretty sure, like, I'm way more radical left-leaning than they are.
I'll be honest, I haven't watched much of, I believe it's her video streams.
You are probably well, rather, I know it is. I've just like conditioned myself to always use gender neutral, or at least as best I can.
That's fair.
Language.
Yeah, I've always defaulted to they, them, or I've even just said their name. But I try my best to use specific, because in reality, just defaulting to non-binary can be a cop-out, and it's never, like, someone's fault for defaulting to it. It's more a matter of, once you know, you know.
Yeah.
We don't use nicknames and names all the time. We can remember pronouns. Our brains aren't that small.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. And so, even though I think there is a little bit of, like, political disconnect between her and I, at the same time, I do feel like she's someone worth engaging with in terms of, like, I think I'm hoping if I engage enough, and if I make the case enough, they will see my perspective at some point, hopefully. This might be delusional thinking on my part. But basically, I view them as someone who should be responsive to my arguments and my evidence. And then from there, like, it might just be like a slow chipping away, and then they'll see what I see. But at the same time, and that's one of the reasons also, like, why I've engaged with Heem, where it's like I have some really strong disagreements.
Yeah,
with Heem.
I kind of refuse to engage with anything Heem does, honestly, just because I don't even know him that well. But everything I've seen is something that I feel that I find repugnant. So it's kind of hard to engage.
Well, so I engage not necessarily.
Wait, Haz or Heem? I believe they're Haz and Heem. I believe they're different. Which one is the one that? Well, I don't want to say worse, but there's no other real word.
Well, so Heem is not banned from Twitch. Haz is banned from Twitch, and, like, Heem.
And due to, like, racial epithets or something.
Pardon me.
Like, what was the cause of it? I really wish that I had the the time. I do have the time, but I really wish I kept the news on this stuff. I'm not always up to date.
I mean, let's just say, Haas was like aggressive, and I would say, almost the embodiment of toxic masculinity. As opposed to like Heem, they describe themselves as like left, or a lefty, but I put them more like ever so slightly leaning left, more of a centrist in my mind. But the political compass on Twitch is skewed. And like they're mostly like React content and good vibes, and like their streams are chill, and they do a little bit of like politics, but I mostly sort of engage with him because like they're a scientist, they're doing their PhD also in physics, and like some of the things that they're saying are like explicitly unscientific or like not grounded in evidence, and to me like I'll engage with presumably a fellow scientist, just because I think they should be held to a higher standard. Or like, what are you doing with this anti-science BS type of thing?
Yeah, actually, I find it really interesting, like the anti-science stuff that we find all over now. Like, it's hard to actually really wrap your hand around it unless you actually are a microbiologist. Like, I remember there was, at the start of the pandemic, everyone that was sort of just initially following what the WHO and the CDC said, particularly Americans following the CDC. They said, well, I'm not a microbiologist. These people are acting like microbiologists. The thing is, at this point, there are so many conflicting things, both from like the actual U.S. media, because the CDC has just decided to give up, from what I've gathered. And like, how do you sift through it if you're not a microbiologist? And well, you're a biologist, so you're close enough, I guess, to be able to understand aspects of this. At least I do trust you with research generally and with science.
I appreciate that, but
what I'm sort of asking is like, when it comes to like, I guess it'd be good to ask a few like questions about like COVID to try and get the baseline for your perspective on it, because it's gotten just to the point of the truth becomes distorted once everyone's been debating it for years,
Mm-hmm.
So like, I can ask some questions about your views on it.
Yeah, but by all means, go for it. I'll always do my best.
I think this is like by the way, this is like the kind of sort of structure I'm going for now. I'm going to be trying to do less rambling while high and more sort of asking questions, being able to get at what the other person is talking about. Because like, I've just, I've been in these panels. I've not Prime Kai's, actually, I think once, but I've been in Twitter Spaces and such. It always devolves into just like a game of tennis with ideas, that isn't necessarily the same idea each time. It's a different ball. So I'm going to be trying to stay on course, and that's why I'm going to end that tangent.
Yeah,
but,
no problem.
When it comes to, firstly, like, just so you know my intentions, but when it comes to COVID, first things first, do you know where the ideas of COVID coming from a lab began? And and like, what is the consensus on the origins of COVID-19?
Yeah, you are asking a great question. So, from what I understand, and when I did this research, when at the time when whatever the quote unquote lab leak theory was circulating, of like, where is this coming from? So how the lab leak theory came to be originally and how it's perpetuated now might be different, but generally speaking, it seems to stem from certain other researchers, sort of, and this is like during the early stages of trying to understand sort of like the virus SARS-CoV-2, and like looking at its genetics, etc., etc. And so like the lab leak hypothesis stems from some researchers essentially like looking at the genetics of the virus SARS-CoV-2, and like asking questions of like, ooh, like there's like, essentially, without getting too technical, there's some genetic signs pretty much pointing that, ooh, this type of like genetic information could not have occurred naturally. And so it must have been the result of some sort of like human tinkering or human intervention, and thus almost certainly leaked from a lab. And then, it just kind of like snowballed from there. And so
So
yeah, go ahead.
it's like noticing a pattern and then immediately jumping to a conclusion that is that it would only be related because of previous theories. What I mean is types of coronavirus, and it's not just COVID-19, like all these sort of flu type things, they mutate wildly. But because of like lab related theories, do you believe like that? Do you believe the previous theories of lab leak sort of led to people assuming, oh, we have this evidence that there's something weird going on here, let's immediately assume it's coming from a lab? Do you believe that was part of it?
Well, it's like there were certainly a constellation of factors where it's like, it's almost like the perfect storm of like, some legitimate researchers, okay, but we know, like, or at least we don't know, but like we're fairly confident now in terms of like we've analyzed pretty in-depthly, not perfectly, but pretty in-depthly, the genetics and overall like pretty much the entirety of the virus of SARS-CoV-2, and like there's every reason to believe, or rather there's no reason to believe that anything genetically that's in SARS-CoV-2 or any feature of the virus like point to a human origin. It was just like, some early researchers, and these were legitimate researchers, that like, they were looking at this genetic information, and they were like, they were just asking questions, I think. But those questions were based off of some knowledge, where it's like, this is like hinting at something, but they weren't outright saying like human intervention per se. And
Or
then
kind of like History Channel.
yeah, that's a probably appropriate way of framing it. And then like at the same time, there was like the investigation, or like, certain things at the Wuhan Institute of Virology were being flagged, or like safety violations, or like it has a history of safety violations, and like, people not understanding how scientific research is funded, and like what gain of function research actually is. And so sort of that mix of ingredients of like, some researchers calling into question the genetics of the virus, people looking into the Wuhan Institute of Virology and flagging things there, and then people not understanding scientific funding or what actually gain of function research is. And then like from there you get a confluence, just like, again, the perfect storm of like, oh, this must have come from a lab, and then that just gets like perpetuated.
Yeah. Like I think when it comes to basically any aspect of like the sort of or not stereotypical, it's more of an archetype now of like the anti-science, anti-vax Republican versus the pro-science, pro-vaccine Democrat. Like there's this whole thing where we've recently, I think, been creating that archetype for ourselves and just saying that's what this is, as though that's how you sort of know your enemy. That's as though we can immediately jump from that. But recently I think I mentioned this actually, I asked you for advice. I spoke to this group. I'm not going to name them or link them because I would rather not platform them.
Mhm.
But it was this group of two people who I believe they're from Norway or Sweden or another nation. They're the palest people I've ever seen. No offense to them, but they were talking about COVID and talking basically their whole life. They had brought this very, very layered sort of conspiracy about COVID and it being used to control people, and it eventually leading to everyone being at home, and sort of it was weird. It was a very atypical sort of conspiracy because it didn't really connect. Like it was almost a bunch of non sequiturs related to I don't remember it too well, but basically I was able to see the full picture of what someone who is, or what two people who are very much anti-vaccine view, how they view sort of big pharma, how they view how they view the mass transfer of wealth during the pandemic. Because I think one thing to note that needs to really, I think, be acknowledged quite more often is that everyone is seeing all the facts. It's just the opinions that added to it. It's a matter of, it's like we're looking at an art piece. But the fact is that art piece does have a reality within it, but we all just come up with a different answer. That's really how the internet sort of changes I think the way truth works.
We all have a filter, myself included, right? And just information gets filtered.
Like, what I'm sort of saying is, what I worry about recently is I see people who have that sort of perspective, and when we discuss with them, we're discussing them purely about the facts, and that's a good thing to some extent. But also, I think we miss a layer where there are legitimate grievances. There's like part of the anti-vax community. I wouldn't call it a community. Or a movement. I don't know what to call it. It's very, very disjointed in a way that doesn't really give it a clear label. But it began, I believe, starting with like people being dissatisfied with big pharma, with drug prices. But there's so much propaganda about pharmaceuticals and like sort of diverting attention towards illegal dealers. Not to say that illegal drug dealing isn't a problem, but to say that the opioid crisis, I think big pharma's main response to that was basically just to shift blame most of the time.
Yeah.
And I believe that's part of what led to this. I think a lot of these conspiracy theories are misplaced anger about actual harm being done.
So I don't disagree so far with anything you said in terms of like, I don't think, for sure, but I don't think, like, as you said, the anti-vax movement, community, demographic, or rather specifically, the COVID anti-vax demographic, like, I think it is largely driven by some certain legitimate grievances, as in, like, I think there was already prior mistrust of not only governmental institutions, but of, as you said, or alluded to, like the pharmaceutical companies, and like there's very good reasons not to trust them. There are very good reasons not to trust, necessarily, or there's potentially very good reasons not to trust, the data coming out of Pfizer about their Pfizer vaccine. There's potentially good reasons to not trust, the Moderna data about their Moderna vaccine. Just as, there's good reason, there were good reasons not to trust, like, Purdue Pharma's data about OxyContin in retrospect, right?
Well, yeah, when it comes to opioids, I think that's one of the main things I look at with big pharma. Not opioids, and also prices. And then there's also with vaccines, like, there is the angle of very little transparency with not with necessarily the ingredients, or like these groups are forced to be pretty transparent, but what I mean is patents. Like, that's a huge aspect of, I think like the actual harm being done through vaccines is because patents were not made open source, because profit was taken over, like, giving people the ability to create it themselves, when the people who had actually contributed most to these vaccines were not the ones who were profiting from it. Not that we should profit off of it, but say that if someone is, then it shouldn't just be the company who licensed it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think I've made my positions clear on intellectual property, and I'm pretty pro, or staunchly pro abolishing basically all intellectual property trade. Like, I think these are just like silly concepts, and like these do way more harm than good, in the long term. But even I myself find other leftists disagreeing with me, or other people on the left saying, no, we still need intellectual property. It's like, I don't think you really know all of the ramifications or all of the costs that we are incurring as a result of intellectual property, which I've tried to show on stream, but maybe I just need to make a better case.
Yeah, I think I'm accidentally making a lot of presuppositions rather than actually providing sort of like a back and forth, so I'm going to try to do that. Like, when it comes to sort of reaching people that are anti-vax, or that claim, or that say they're anti-vax, and like sort of seeing, basically, I believe, again, like, there is an idea I'm trying to work with that's helping me be, I think, a bit less angry when it comes to political discourse, because, well, I have legitimate reasons to be angry. People are dying, people are having human rights that they've had for 50 years just removed when it comes to abortion. And like, regardless, like, basically, how do you believe you can reach people that are like, do you believe you've convinced anyone that was anti-vax? Let's actually have that as the main question.
Probably, at least no one that I know of that I've engaged with knowingly. Like, for all I know, there was maybe some random viewer that had tuned in that I have no idea who they are. Maybe. I think that's at most where I would go. But as far as I know, I don't think I've convinced.
And how many people do you believe you've engaged with, including those who are members of panels, on who were clearly anti-vax, that you engage with on that topic?
Probably at least, or around a dozen. Like Scott from Fabian Liberty, like, I've engaged with them multiple times. Like, actually, they're probably during the height of whatever the pandemic, I probably engaged with them the most in, like, the vaccine information.
And like what I'm wondering is, do you believe that any amount of actual change was made in, for example, Scott Liberty's views on vaccines due to your discussion with them?
I don't think he's changed his view, or rather, I know, just because like I've had a fairly
You
recent.
can see his recent content.
Pardon me?
Well, yeah, if someone's continuing to create content that reflects a view, then they've likely not changed from it. Either that or they're completely intellectually dishonest.
Yeah, no. As
Which,
far,
which I'll assume they're not.
yeah. So as far as I know, when it comes to specifically about vaccines, I'm like pretty much almost 100% sure that Scott hasn't changed their position. I think they might have changed their position on leftist people, or at the very least, I don't think they view me as Satan so much anymore. Whereas like in the beginning, I was like the embodiment of Satan and like a radical leftist that's just like got brainworms and is brainwashed. I think at the very least I've changed their impression about me. That's about it.
And one final question, like on panels, and this is just sort of to clarify your view on these things. Like on panels, do you believe in general that your expertise makes an influence on the result of these discussions?
So again,
Like if you were not there and it was a random person instead, do you think that they would have contributed as much as you had? Do you think that being a biologist has actually lended credence to what you say and lended, like I know it may be an appeal to authority to some extent, but of course it does take work to become a biologist, as you will of course attest to.
yeah.
Like do you believe that in discussions that has actually helped change people's mind?
Again, another great question, and again, a question that I continually ask myself. So to answer your question as best I can, do I think my specific area of expertise has sort of like, heightened whatever arguments that I make, specifically the scientific ones, on panels of like, oh, this scientist is talking about science, and so I should pay more attention to it. Oh, there's more gravitas behind it. I would say probably overall on the whole, the answer is no. I think only for a very small select few of, let's say, for example, people that are, from my community or like are from my audience, if they happen to tune into a Prime panel, I do think, or rather I hope, that they have trust that what I share on a panel and whatever scientific claims that I say on a panel, I can back it up and will back up with research. And I think there's a small select few in, let's say, for example, Prime Kai's audience, where I've appeared on enough panels on their channel that, after like my appearance number one, and maybe like they fact checked me or looked into some of the things that I said and it turned out to be true, and then there might have been a pattern of that, and so like I think now there might be a very small number of people in Prime Kai's community, like whatever, 1 or 2 or maybe like 4 or 5 at most, of like, oh, okay, they trust what I say as a result of like them basically fact checking me. I've like earned their trust, but that's like a super small minority, almost certain.
Yeah, and I think in order to be willing to fact check someone, it actually does take a level of proof. Like imagine anyone here in like the audience that has ever like made a bet with a friend and said like, I'm sure this is it, I'm sure this is the name of this, and then you Google it and turns out your friend's right. Like to actually be willing to do that Google search, It's such a simple thing to do, but it actually I think does take a level of trust in that person now, which is quite, I think, disturbing to me at least.
Yeah, I agree with you. Totally.
Like I'll give an example of this actually. I've talked to people about Cuba in the United States because people have a very, very, very disturbingly like offset view of Cuba, especially in the United States, because it's illegal to visit Cuba. You're not gonna get too many people coming back and talking about it. In Canada, of course, we know it's illegal to visit Cuba. Pierre Elliott Trudeau, I think, honestly, I believe one of his best moves as Prime Minister, because he was before Reagan, before sort of the, I believe it's, what's the word again? Geez, austerity. He was before austerity politics. He worked with Cuba and sort of made Cuba, I guess, be able to have a functioning economy when it had been abandoned by a lot of NATO Western countries, you know. But like I look at Cuba and the United States, and that people will tell me how horrible it is there, that people are living in sand huts. And the main thing I do is I point out, firstly, gender equality rates. There's mandatory like equality in education and such. I forget the exact mechanisms by which they do this, but this has been certified like that. Like they're not lying about sort of their health care and how that functions. And also they have. Did you know that Cuba has a higher life expectancy than the United States on average?
Yeah. I think that was a fact filed deeply into my brain. Of like I think the past few years, life expectancy in the United States is declining, like going from like whatever 79 to like 77 or like whatever 78 to like 76.
I believe it.
Oh, did I lose them? Seems like they disconnected. Or maybe lost connection. Unfortunate. But first, well, I guess while we're waiting, hopefully they're able to reestablish their connection. And yeah, hopefully they'll be back. But in the meantime, I will try to check out what you shared, Bob Marley. So yeah, there's actually a study economists recently published in open access journal. Like, can't trust that. It's called the $800 billion Paycheck Protection. Yeah, the PPP. It transparently shows how regressive it was, and that doesn't surprise me. I think most people that have looked into it are pretty much in agreement that like this, like basically like one of the biggest, if not the biggest, transfers of wealth from like those in the lower socioeconomic class, the higher socioeconomic status, unfortunately. The American Economic Association. These types of like websites really. Is it an actual journal? Okay, there are journals associated with it. I guess that's fair.
Oh,
I think. Are you back?
testing 1 2 3.
Yeah, I can hear you. Hopefully, you can hear me.
I can hear you. If I may ask, how long approximately do you think I was gone for?
Oh, like 2 minutes?
I'm very sorry for that.
That's okay.
Yeah, my choice. Do you know where I left off on, or where you left off on, if you were speaking as well?
I think you were saying, if I remember correctly, we were talking about panels and me giving sort of scientific credence on panels, and I said pretty much there's probably like a small amount of people in Prime's audience that I've gained their trust. And then like you were saying, you brought up the example of like 2 people making a bet, and that like fact checking that, and then like yeah, we got onto Cuba and life expectancy of Cuba, and that's pretty much where it cut out.
Oh yeah. I'll just finish that up because I figure I do end up rambling, but like what I'm saying is I have talked to people about like Cuba versus the US and how in trying to clear up misconceptions, because the fact is if you're in the US you don't know about Cuba. Like if I'm having to bet on the average American, they have not been taught about Cuba. They can't go to Cuba legally, so like that makes it a lot harder to get real troops, you know, like the actual ability to visit a nation. So I tell them about Cuba's life expectancy compared to the US, and I tell them you can fact check this, and people have told me no, you're wrong, you're lying, there's misinformation. And I ask them to do a simple Google search. I say, do you trust Google? Do you trust immediate information? And I hear 2 responses. One is just no, like they just completely refuse to engage in that, or they'll check Google and then they'll say that Google is inherently wrong, without it being like, oh, it's coming from a biased source. It's literally Google wrong is the whole argument being used. I think like that's, do you deal with that kind of level of just, I think I call it intentional ignorance, and it sounds like a sort of paternalistic, almost uptight things, but it's really the best word I can use is people deciding not to search for information. It's not, I feel like it's more than just what's the word? It's more than just like positivity bias, not positivity bias. It's certainty bias. I forget the words. Confirmation bias.
Yeah, but I think I understand the overall sentiment that you're trying to share.
I feel like it goes beyond that. Like, how do you deal with that if you're like you've talked to people on panels, you've surely encountered people who have that sort of mindset where they're not even willing to engage with you. Like, what do you do when that happens?
Well, yeah. So yeah, so it'll be a case by case situation. Then actually, I can maybe share a recent situation that I had actually literally on a panel.
I'd love to hear it.
This was a panel that I did not stream, and I consciously, intentionally chose not to stream this panel. And it was a Prime Kai's panel, and one of the topics pretty much was about climate change, or like, you know, sort of very much directly related to climate change, essentially asking the question of, like, you know, as a result of like the very severe flooding that Pakistan is experiencing, which is a developing country, does essentially the developed world owe sort of like quote unquote climate reparations to Pakistan? Because like it's the developing countries that are like bearing the brunt of all of the negative consequences of climate change, and that will probably like only get worse in the future. And one of the other fellow analysts was Fnatic, and you know, there was a very during the panel, like, it was definitely a challenge to engage with them, because they have explicitly said and shared that they haven't done any research on climate change, and to them it's just like an open question of like, you know, they're pretty much like a fence sitter just because like they haven't looked into it. Like, they don't know. Could be happening, maybe not.
I've actually had that happen with, like, that literally happened in your chat with Bob Marley. Not to attack Bob Marley in any sense. I recognize that he's primarily joking around, but I said like that. Have you read anything by any Marxist? Not like trying to get him to read an entire book, but have you read pamphlets? Have you seen anything written by the group that you're completely invalidating the claims of? That like a group, an ideology that's been around for hundreds upon hundreds of years, and he just says no and then goes on. Of course, that might obviously, I don't think Bob Marley's engaged in good faith. I don't think that's a bad thing per se. I know he's joking around, but like, that's incredibly common, that activity.
Yeah, no, like, extrapolating out to like, you know, outside of Bob Marley, like, you know, outside of them trolling, like, there are genuine people that like will say like, have you read up on this? And like, yeah, pretty much like Fnatic self-admitted says like, you know, I haven't looked into it. And so like the panel ended, okay, and like me and Fnatic sort of had during the panel, Fnatic and I had a little bit of a back and forth, where it's like, I pretty much said like, yeah, based off of the question of like, is Pakistan owed climate reparations? Because like the developed world has essentially pretty much caused, if not is almost the exclusive driver of climate change. And so like, to make up for that, like, Pakistan should get, you know, climate reparations. And like the main point of contention was like, Fnatic was saying, well, no, you can't. It was a semantic issue of like, Fnatic was saying like, you can't use or should not use the word reparations because that means like moral culpability. And like, that's different than, you know, reparations for black people or people of color, because like, you know, you can prove sort of like, you know, at least in their mind, you can draw the direct line from like all of the treatment of black people and their current, you know, socioeconomic or social standing in the United States or in many other parts of the world.
You know what I would have immediately, I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is just a short thing. I would have immediately asked him if he's against class action lawsuits then. Same for...
Yeah, that totally would have been, I don't think I would have gotten a meaningful answer. At least, I suspect. I don't think I would have gotten a meaningful answer. But I was trying to use the analogy. Like, they really took issue with my word, reparations. And, like, I tried to take their point of, like, yeah, I understand that, like, you know, reparations for black people is, you know, it's a different weight. And, like, you know, it's a very different language than climate reparations. And, like, you want me to not use the word reparations and just say, you know, climate aid? or like, you know, whatever, just increased funding for developing countries that are feeling the effects of climate change, then by all means, I have no problem like abandoning. I'm not insistent on the word of reparations or climate reparations. And so the panel ended, okay? And then, you know, if you're not aware, like when a panel ends, like there's sometimes no potential opportunity for talk off of panel, as in like, you know, you're back in the waiting room, but you can still talk in the waiting room. So that's what we did, Fnatic and I, where it was just like one-on-one. And he was like essentially like trying to take me to task of like, hey, oh, you're using the word reparations, and it doesn't apply. And like, you know, pretty much it got to the point. It was like a long back. You can, if you want, you can even check it out on Fnatic's
I'll see if I can.
Fnatic stream.
I very rarely or VODs, but I'll see if I can find any clips of it.
There won't be any. I highly doubt there'd be any clips. But it will be towards like, well, you'll see a Prime panel, and then once that Prime panel ends, it'll just be me and Fnatic. But it got to the point, okay, and I don't think this has ever occurred to me, with anybody that I've engaged with, like verbally, of like, they were accusing me of being bad faith, of like, because when I was saying like, yeah, I have no problem abandoning the word of reparations. The only reason why I was using it, because I think there's similar parallels that can be made of like, well, as a result of the treatment of Black people historically in the United States, like this affects them today. And so I am in favor of reparations, so they deserve reparations. Where it's like, you know, the country as a whole is like morally culpable for the current standing of Black people in the United States. And I think there's some similarities to draw of like the current situation in Pakistan, or like the current extreme weather event that Pakistan experienced is almost certainly the direct result of like the developed world's actions. And so I don't see an issue personally, but I understand why they took issue with it, of like using the word of like, yeah, Pakistan deserves climate reparations from the developed world. That includes Canada, that includes the United States, that includes pretty much like all developed countries, where it's like they caused this, they pretty much exclusively caused the current situation that we have in terms of climate change on the world. And like Pakistan is not really a contributor, or like, you know, the bare minimum contributor, and they're paying the price, as in like their current situation is almost the direct result of the developed world's actions. And so it's like, I think there's some parallels to draw there. But then Fnatic pushed back, saying, well, if you want to use the word reparations, then you have to be able to show that the developed world is morally culpable for this specific flooding event, okay? Of like that extreme flooding event that occurred a couple weeks ago, you have to show that the developed world like caused that. And we got bogged down into the details of like, well, actually when it comes to climate change, like you can pretty much never associate one singular weather event to climate change. That's just not how climate works. And I tried to push back, sort of using the same analogy, but I understand why they took issue with it. Like I can say the same thing about Black people's current situation in the United States. I can just as easily say like, I cannot scientifically draw a direct line of like the current situation in the of Black people in the United States. It's directly caused by all of the history that has taken place. It's just a bunch of associations. So like the causation is just as dubious with climate change. So if you want to go with that route, then you're gonna have a hard time.
Yeah, like I don't really get that way of thinking, that if there's many factors isn't really like defense, because if I imagine my body is the Earth, and my weight, like if the heavier I am, the colder the Earth is essentially, and the slimmer I am, the the warmer the Earth is, the slimmer I am, the warmer the Earth is. If I go on a slight diet, if I eat 200 calories less a day, which really isn't that much, I will still, considering the status quo is related to my weight, if I haven't been changing that often, if my metabolism has been stable, it will create change. That change doesn't turn into a fireball, but humans live on the precipice, humans live within the precipice of very specific living conditions related to natural temperatures. I don't get how nothing else is changing, not nearly at the same rate as fossil fuels, you know?
Yeah, I think so I'm not 100% sure on the point you are making.
What I'm saying is that all other factors are equal generally when it comes, if he mentions there are many factors related to climate change and many factors related to the success or lack of Black people in the United States, the factor that is most changing, that is most relevant, is the one being addressed. And basically the Earth isn't going into an ice age nearly as quickly as it is going into global warming, because global warming is the factor that has changed, you know, through human intervention. That's kind of the argument I use against that, I think.
So the argument, and that maybe they would have been more responsive to that. I don't know. But
they could have been, honestly. It's very hard to reach some people just because of the way at which they are approaching a topic.
But yeah, pretty much I was just trying to show them, because when I said, okay, that, well, you can't actually link, or it's almost impossible to link one single weather event to climate change, because that's just not how it works. And he's like, no, of course you can. You can link, the current extreme flooding in Pakistan to climate change. All you have to do, and he tried to outline the experiment, and I tried to tell him, based off the experiment that he outlined, no, that actually wouldn't show it.
You can link frequency to these events always.
You can draw associations, but it's virtually impossible to demonstrate causation, as in direct causation, of drawing that straight line of oh, this event in the past caused these events currently. You can't do that with climate change. But he's like, no, you can. You can just look in the historical record, and you can check the flooding frequency in Pakistan in this area, and if the flood is if this is an anomaly, then that means that would have been the scenario that convinced him that Pakistan deserved climate reparations. And I told him no, that what you're saying wouldn't actually show causation. You just don't understand how the science works, and that's not how you would show causation of an event. The historical record is not going to tell you about current events per se. And he was no, of course, that's what will prove it to me. Yeah, that might prove it to you, but that's not how causation works. It's not about proving it to you.
What proves it to you? I think that's an important question. What would prove it to you then?
Are you asking me, or taking the place of
No, I'm specifically asking what is the way at which you determine causation for that event, if you were to try?
Yeah, that's the thing. You can't. It's at least with current methods, it's an impossibility, because literally climate change is a constellation of global factors that you cannot control for, and so you can't prove causation, because at the end of the day, if you want to prove causation to pretty much a high degree of certainty, then you need to be able to control all the variables, or at least isolate single variables. And climate change, it can never be distilled down to one single variable, and also it's dependent on time, and so it's almost by its very nature, you cannot prove. And also this comes back to the question of, or the concepts of weather versus climate, where it's cannot link a single weather event, because that's one singular event, and climate change, as climate change is a trend over time that takes in so many variables, and so there's clearly a relationship between climate and weather, but you can't it's virtually impossible to like link a weather event to climate change.
Actually wouldn't be surprised if he was engaging from a bad faith point of view then. Like, actually, there are people who intentionally will come with a presupposition that is irrelevant, that is technically irrelevant, that then makes your point look weaker, you know?
Yeah, and so we got to that point of like, you know, I was attempting, maybe poorly, like demonstrate to him that, you know, I don't think he understands like causation and like what is causation in a scientific sense. And then like from there, he's just like accusing me of being bad faith, of like, no, like this would prove that this weather event is caused by climate change. Like, no, it wouldn't. Go look into the research, or like I'll send you the papers. And he's like, no, anything that you send me, I wouldn't trust. And so it's like, okay, well, I don't know what to do. I just said I apologize. Like, I'm not trying to be bad faith. And like I told him, like, I don't think I've ever been accused of being bad faith before. And also like, I don't know what. I wasn't streaming it at the time. Like, what motivation do I have to be bad faith? Like, I'm not trying to dunk on him. Like, it's not on my channel. It's like literally nothing was aired. You can only find it on Fnatic's channel. And so it's like, why would I engage in bad faith? Like, there's literally no audience but yours is watching me.
There can always be reasons. I think people decide the level of righteousness they have, if they even believe in righteousness, and I think this person does. And then if they're cynical, they will imagine that everyone is just a bit less ethical than they are. And so if this person believes that people are often bad faith and can't deal with your subject and realizes that they may either be wrong or you're in bad faith, people will decide that you're in bad faith. That happens all the time. It's not reflective of who you are.
Yeah, like I didn't take it personally. Like I don't care. Like I didn't lose any sleep over it. But it's like, what are you seeing, or like what's going on in your brain that like you're accusing me of bad faith? Because like I always try to listen and engage with the point as best I can. But like, yeah, there was like a clear fundamental difference. And like even like for sure, like my scientific credentials like didn't mean anything to him. I'm not saying that it should, but you know, no offense to Fnatic, I don't know their background, but I'm reasonably sure that I'm like way more scientifically informed than they are, or way more scientifically educated than they are. And like they were attempting to like lecture me about science. Not that I perfectly know everything about science, but when it comes to like the methods and how to prove causation, etc., like I think I have a great understanding of that. But they were just like, no. They were pretty much like pointing the finger at me, saying, no, you don't understand science. Like, well, I mean, we can, like, I pretty much like have to sit them down and like lecture them, or it's like, well, we got to hit the books. But like, I can't do that. I can't like break out the textbook. They wouldn't even want to, right?
A lot of leftists attempt to do that sometimes, is bring out the textbooks in the middle of a discussion. Even if they have that knowledge, it doesn't necessarily work. And there's also the anti-intellectualism that I think might have led to him considering you to be bad faith.
Yeah, maybe. At the end of the day, like I don't really like what determines whether someone is like, I don't think I've ever accused anybody myself of being bad, because like I don't know. Like I'm not a mind reader. Like certainly there appears there are better people to engage with than others, and like it's not like I said before, I'm not just going to engage with just anybody. But like even myself, as someone who occasionally goes on panels, like I never go in with the mindset of like this person's bad faith, this person's good faith. It's just like whatever. I'll try to engage with the points as best as I can. I don't have access to their inner world, so I'll just take whatever they say at face value and just like go from there. And as frustrating as it can be sometimes to engage with Scott from Fabian Liberty, and like sometimes I'm asking the question of like, are they just being bad faith? But at the end of the day, I try to like give them the benefit of the doubt, and that's just like they are. Like I'll roll with it.
I get that. I think like that's actually the one thing that I have critiqued you on, is not that you're bad faith. Like I think people view. I think there's two kinds of bad faith. There's the actual like Sartrean. I don't know how you. Is there a term for something being related to Sartre? Because it doesn't. I don't think
Jean
there was-
Paul Sartre.
Well, like Jean-Paul Sartre created the concept of bad faith. And-
Yeah, that sounds about right.
We have utilized it for debating constantly, and we've stripped it of all the metaphysical aspects and just decided that it means that you're trying to learn. And I think that really like we have complexity, for example, of consent, with the ability to actually consent to an action, whether it be a contract or something sexual, etc. We have all the nuance in that, but with bad faith, and I'm not saying it relates to consent in any real way, but what I'm saying is that there are many aspects that determine if a person is acting in good faith, and I think one of them is what is actually recognizing what game they may be playing if they are performing. And I think
go ahead.
yeah, like I think it's very likely that people such as Fabian, like you mentioned, that every single time he talks to you, he is streaming. You didn't have the same issue. You may have been on a different sort of, I guess not playing field, but a different. There was no intention of profit, and I don't believe there's generally intention of profit during your streams at all. But there was definitely no intention of profit when you're not streaming. You can't make ad revenue when you're not streaming, or any kind of revenue, and I think there's sort of like the cynicism I think of any kind of behavior. Like there's this model that I have where, again, everyone's actions are going to be slightly better than what they will consider to be bad faith, what they will consider to be sort of harmful. And I think the only criticism I'd have is that you don't necessarily always defend yourself from that, because that is part of good faith, is recognizing that you do not live for others. At least that's part of the green concept.
Yeah, that's fair. I can totally see that. And you know, I'm always trying to like make adjustments in my tactics, however imperfectly. But also at the same time, like I sometimes feel like these terms or engage or accusing someone of being good faith or bad faith sometimes is counterproductive, or it's like a tactic to like shut down conversation or like to as an excuse to not engage. I think I think a similar thing plays out not only on Twitter but also like in obviously in the Twitch space of like whatever quote unquote clout chasing, where it's like any type of like engagement or like if it's large content creator with like smaller content creator, it's always like, well, that's just clout chasing, even though like there might be some like legitimate arguments that the smaller content creator has, but like no matter what, like it's just like it's viewed through the lens of clout chasing, and I don't think that's useful. Certainly like clout chasing happens, but I can't like I think it's like a shield for against criticism. It's because like pretty much any serious critiques of, let's say, for example, like the biggest political streamer Hassan, like just can't happen because like any type of engagement, that's clout chasing, right? So it's like, well, then it's almost by definition going to be insular, right? Like, well, I'm not going to engage with this because they're just a clout chaser. That's like their get out of jail free card. I don't think that's a good thing necessarily.
I've actually been accused of being a clout chaser, which confuses me because I don't stream. I don't have clout. If Twitter followers are clout and Instagram followers are clout, then I'm doing a really bad job at getting clout. Maybe not on Instagram, but very much on Twitter. So
well, I mean, I think I think you're like 10 times bigger than me on Twitter.
You know?
I think so.
Well,
I don't know. I haven't compared numbers, but I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I don't compare numbers. It's what I'm sort of saying is that like everyone that acts within a cynical point of view, and I think that might be the issue you have in communication sometimes, is that I mean specifically on panels, is that most people on panels are quite cynical. And it's because that is the only way to effectively win a debate, is to not only operate on the front of factualness and of sort of rhetoric, but also on attacking another person's rhetoric in place of their argument. It's kind of like it's kind of like being disqualified for a sport for reasons other than your performance.
Yeah. I think I understand what you mean in terms of like, on panels very often, if not like the vast majority of the time, like the debate tactic is to pretty much like tear your opponent down, right? It's not actually like necessarily about the argument, or like, showing how their arguments ever ridiculous or rational or doesn't stand up to scrutiny. The motivation is just like to tear your opponent down, and if you can make them optically look bad, then whatever, the audience is not going to take them seriously. And I'm hoping this is just my wishful thinking of like, I'm hoping the Twitch space at some point, I'm hoping it's currently in the process of moving away from that. I do hope that the Twitch space is evolving to something more productive, something more whatever, good faith, to even use that term.
Well, I would be happy to help you with that if in any capacity, because I've had actually experience of what you're talking about. I talk about this sometimes. I have experience with people, particularly a group of sort of, progressive, neurodivergent type community that had basically separated themselves from the rest of Twitch because the leader of this group, she's a queer autistic feminist and has great knowledge of feminism and of dance and of a lot of theory, and basically wanted to get into, I believe it was actually exactly Prime Guys' panel, and wanted to be part of this structure. She couldn't because every time she did, she was harassed day in, day out. But the people that harassed her, while they were part of these panels quite often, or at least were the viewers of the people part of these panels, that wasn't enough to get rid of them. The whole idea was, we need to allow people that we consider to be controversial here because that's how free speech works. When in reality, the controversial opinion was that of hers, was that, I believe that now she uses Faye Fair. I don't know, because I don't follow her on any sort of media, so I'm going to assume her because it's changed back and forth over times.
Sure, fair enough.
It's certain, but it's really not that big of a deal at the moment because she's always been comfortable with both. But regardless, when, like, I think people have an issue with, like, some people have issues with panels, and I have an issue with panels for this very same reason, is that the kind of voices that are there, like, people will listen to you because you are civil, but do they even actually reach with your voice? Like, do they even, if you're unable to convince people when you are approaching things in the most good faith manner, which I believe you do, and when you're approaching with charitability and also with a lot of factual knowledge, that if this was some kind of professional law school debate, would grant you a significant advantage, at least if things are done professionally, which they rarely are. If that would have been a scenario where you had an advantage and you do not have one through all the effort you put in, then it's a lot like riding like an electric bicycle, like one that's supposed to power your car, but there's no plug.
Yeah, you're on a treadmill going nowhere, right? Like, if the point of you running is to get somewhere, well, you're on the treadmill going nowhere. Or like, yeah, pretty much overall, it might be, my attempts may be futile, which I think I take your point in that.
I'm not saying futile necessarily. I'm saying that there is always ability to adapt, and I think, like, the reason I'm trying to come to you with this sort of new way of doing things, I'm trying to listen more than talk, because I used to, as you know, I can ramble and try not to. But, like, I'm wondering, like, do you think that you would be able to host panels, that you would be able to actually host things and set your own rules? Because that's the failure that happened with the group I talk about, the group that had been very much attacked constantly for, like, people accused of autistic nationalism. It's a really weird thing where people attack the disabled and the neurodivergent because these people are proud of who they are, proud of their differences. And like that kind of, like, that was the kind of backlash that occurred. There was legitimate backlash against this group too. There was quite a bit of just ignorance around racial issues at times, which is part of why I left the group, actually. But regardless, like, I think part of what makes these things fall apart, sometimes people will try to do better. People will try to be more optimistic. People will try to create their own change. But, like, I think on Twitch, like, what do you think would create change in how rhetoric is done, actually? I think I want to ask you about that.
Yeah, and I might be in the beginning stages of maybe hosting my own panels, because, like, it seems like I'll be having, a panel of my own, with my own viewers, a select few, the ones who want to participate. I think Bob Marley is going to be one of them, but I'll leave it up to them to confirm. Where it's like, and this idea didn't come from me. This like was literally posed by like the viewers. I'm just like responding to like my community as best I can. Of like, I can't remember who it was. I think it might have been Bob Marley himself, or Anosmia, or Desperado Sensei, but they asked me the question like, hey, would you be open to hosting a panel just like cultivated from your own viewers? And I'm like, yeah, I have no opposition to that. Just a matter of like finding a topic, scheduling it, and like if you want to participate, well, then by all means. If there's like enough engagement, enough interest, like, I'm totally open to that. And maybe from there, you know, I would cultivate the space that I want to cultivate, or rather like have the conversations with people that are interested in having the type of conversation that I want. In terms of like, I assume and hope, but I don't know for sure. But I assume and hope that any viewer of mine or any regular viewer of mine prefers my type of engagement, and so again, I hope and assume that they would conduct themselves in a similar fashion on a panel, but that remains to be seen. So like we'll see, and like I'm totally open of like maybe taking a more proactive role of like, if I'm dissatisfied with this space, well then maybe I should, you know, make attempts, you know, carve out the space I want to carve out, right? Like, as going back to my original sort of sentiment of like doing things with intention. Well, if I'm dissatisfied with certain aspects of the Twitch space, well then maybe it's beholden to me, like, do things on Twitch with intention and just like create the space that I want to create. And maybe I'm moving in that direction. I don't know.
Like, I think that's actually a really core aspect of creating any kind of like people talk about creating widespread change, or even just change on Twitch, change the problems of Twitch. We often discuss them. Creating an actual, the hard part is creating something new after deconstructing something, you know? And
Yeah.
what I'm asking, what do you think you would do differently? For example, when I've looked at debates, I've tried to find things that are better, you know what I mean? Or not necessarily alternatives, but adaptations that can allow a far more productive space for people to, firstly, not be harmed in any way, because debate spaces can be unsafe for marginalized people quite often. That's part of why the composition of these spaces is incredibly wide, like incredibly. Even as compared to like I think the people that are opposed to debate are often those that have experienced harassment during it and such. So,
yeah.
Like, what kind of rules do you think you'd want to set for that kind of space?
Well, here's what
sort of your basic ideas.
Yeah, so you are posing an excellent question that I'm not sure I have any firm answers to. You know, I'm clearly like winging things, at least on Twitch. Not necessarily winging things in life, but like, you know, this is sort of like an on-the-fly learning of like, you know, I assume and hope that any viewer of mine understands who I am and how I conduct myself. Like, I'm hoping that they model their behavior on my behavior to a certain extent. So I don't know that I'd lay any ground rules other than like, you know, I've never moderated any sort of panel or debate. The only thing I guess that I would say is like, I'm interested in discussion and not debate. And that, like, you know, I have no problem making an active attempt. So like, if I feel like a discussion is going in the debate direction, like I have no problem sort of like interrupting that flow, or like, you know, sort of like putting down the hammer. Like, hey, listen, you are not engaging in a productive manner. And so like, you know, shape up or get out type of thing. And like, also at the same time, I'm more interested in smaller discussions. I've even said this to Wick, of like, Wick has like has been in the panel space for a decent amount of time, and like they invite me on panels quite a bit, which I'm grateful for. I'm always grateful for being invited on any panel, and overall I've mostly enjoyed going on Wick's panel. But like every once in a while, there's like you know, this panel filled with like 9 people or like 10 people, and it's like, you know, it's ridiculous. And it's like, this is not only not productive, but it's clearly like almost designed not to be productive. I was like, I don't know. It seems like you are doing it for the viewer numbers. Like I don't, not my style.
I hear you. I'm sorry for asking a bunch of questions. I know it seems like a weird interview thing.
No, there's nothing to apologize for, and like none of my interactions with you ever so far I would ever characterize as weird.
Well, I don't mean weird as like weird isn't necessarily bad. What I mean is like I approach things from a slightly different like way of thinking sometimes, and I know we have disagreements on that. And I'm wondering like when it comes to like debating, like sometimes like not necessarily on stream, but I'd be happy to participate in like helping cultivate sort of the debating thing and such, because I think we both have a lot of expertise and sort of intelligences, and I think we're sort of not like opposites, because that whole dualism opposites thing isn't really always useful. It sort of you end up missing a lot of details there. But what I mean is like I may be able to help you account for a lot of the ways things can sometimes go wrong. If you want like to discuss how you'd want to set that up, because it's always good to have someone to bounce ideas off if you want to do that.
Yeah, no, I'm totally open to getting your feedback or explicitly soliciting your feedback on what you think I should implement if I start hosting panel discussions. Yeah,
I know that. Sorry, what I just mean is that I know that you're a smaller streamer, and I'd love to actually be part of that process of making things bigger, because I'm trying to be more part of these communities now on Twitch.
Okay, well, I mean, it's up to you. Like, no pressure.
Yeah. It's not pressure at all. I'm kind of asking if you'd want me to be part of that, because that sounds like a really cool thing to do.
So my explicit answer is yes, absolutely. I would love to have you a part of that.
Awesome.
Since like I value and appreciate like pretty much like all your feedback and your perspective. And like yeah, like the more resources I have devoted to bounce things off people, like hopefully this is like hopefully the learning process happens faster, and it's not just me alone figuring things out. The old adage of two heads are better than one.
Yeah.
And so it's like hopefully it's a less winging it operation. I mean, it's same thing with like, well, not same thing, but similar thing with like my fitness streams. Of like, I do want to do more fitness streams. And like I want to increase the quality of my fitness streams, especially like today. The lighting was pretty off.
I don't blame you. Technology. I don't blame you.
Yeah, we know. But like there was definitely something weird going on with my camera phone that like I don't know why I was like having this weird halo effect, because that typically doesn't happen. But like I'm hoping to like have higher quality fitness streams, and like hopefully higher quality discussions, and like on that note, like tomorrow I'll be streaming again another one-on-one discussion with another scientist. Another actual like biologist. They're pursuing their PhD, and we'll be talking about sciencey things, or I assume we'll be talking about sciencey things. It's not going to be a debate, as far as I know. It's literally just going to be conversation between two scientists, two biologists, and so like I'm hoping I can do that, also more in the future. Maybe something more interesting and engaging, or like geared to the people who are here for like the science. I'm really trying to figure out like the people that come here, what are they here for? Are they here for fitness? I can offer that. Are they here for science? I can offer that. Are they here for panels? Undecided.
I think the great thing about Twitch is that we have categories. It doesn't have to be purely political, purely anything. Like I think the best thing to do is to set a schedule and try to at least a minimal extent stick to it.
I know consistency is like a huge part of engagement, which is why like I've attempted, but life gets in the way. I've attempted to be consistent of like the same fitness stream every Wednesday. Although today wasn't a Wednesday. But consistency is a huge aspect. And like I have no issue admitting that's something I need to work on, or rather, like I need to, you know, if I really want to give this streaming thing a shot, I need to like reorient things in my life such that I can have a consistent schedule. It's just that as of right now, that's not the easy thing for me to do, but work in progress. There are things in the pipeline that if they come to fruition, it should cultivate or allow me to be more consistent.
Yeah.
But
the only thing like if you're looking for suggestions on how to be more engaging, the only thing I'd really say is having like a song request sort of thing during your exercise stuff might actually help your engagement, because like it's a great thing, like, and it works well, and generally chat is engaged in that. I think sort of like when you're doing a separate activity, whether it be gaming or anything, that's part of why song requests exist, you know, to be able to do engagement during those activities.
Yeah, I will probably, so that's something that I have sort of attempted to cultivate during the fitness streams. Of like, I'll occasionally sometimes mention like, hey, if anybody wants to request a song, you can do it, I'll put it on, but maybe I should just like make it sort of like a specific channel point redemption. Like if someone wants to redeem a song, and I can make it like super low, of like whatever, 100 points, so that just about anybody can do it. Or it's like, yeah, that's a good idea, and that's totally something that I probably would not have thought of on my own, and I just like literally took that as a note of like,
yeah, I'm not
channel points.
I think there's people who could help you like that, actually. Like, I just mean, like, a lot of other streamers, like Seaweed uses song requests and stuff. If you want to ask him, you might be able to help. I'm no good with the tech.
Well, so I think there's he allows for song requests during like his streams of like gaming.
No, I mean, like, he has like a command for it. Streamlabs, there's like extensions for this, is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I'd have to look into. So, it's like whatever. Mainstream music, like he's not getting like TOS violations, anything like that.
Well, you get TOS violations when you have more views, really, is the truth. I know a lot of people that stream that even that are affiliates. Once you become partners, really, when you get those violations. Also, there's a lot of music that is not copyrighted, even good music that isn't copyrighted. It's always by sort of lower view figures, I guess. If you want to specifically get people to do non-copyrighted, that works. But the anxiety about it, it's really only once you're a partner I found streamers actually talking about, you know, getting, what's the word? Getting copyright strikes.
Yeah, well, so I don't think I'm super concerned about getting copyright strikes, just because like it's, well, first of all, as of right now, and probably like for the long foreseeable future, I'm gonna be a small streamer. But like it's like I even sort of like, I don't get copyright strikes on my fitness streams, because like during my workout streams, like I'm listening to mainstream music like on the speaker, and you can hear it, or I'm assuming you can hear it. And like, yeah, like some parts of my stream do get muted because for whatever reasons, like the algorithm just like sometimes picks it up. But usually like there's enough mixture of like background noise, me talking, that like the algorithm doesn't pick up like the music background. And so like I'm totally open to like, my only concern is like if it's, you know, me talking and a song request and mainstream music, like I don't necessarily want like whatever my science streams to get like muted out as a result of a song request.
That's a fair point, actually. Yeah, you can ask for non-copyrighted music, and generally YouTube videos are pretty accurate about whether a song is copyrighted, because if they don't actually have that official thing saying it's copyrighted, usually a YouTube video won't actually be able to be struck, you know?
Right.
I believe that's regular. I could be wrong.
Well, actually, no, you're bringing in actually an excellent point. Of like, I also stream to YouTube as well simultaneously. And like YouTube's algorithm is like way more strict, or like way more clever, than Twitch's.
No, I'm talking about YouTube videos that are music videos that would be linked.
Yeah, but like, even if I played YouTube videos, like actually YouTube flags potentially other YouTube content. Um,
What I'm saying is that underneath the video in the description it says whether or not it's like licensed.
not every video.
Not every video. Wow.
No, because like I technically on my YouTube channel, my pretty much like as small as you can get YouTube channel, it technically has a warning, and it got that warning through me watching like a National Geographic video.
Oh God.
Yeah.
That's like explicitly that's explicitly educational material that got copyrighted.
Yeah, and I appealed it. I didn't win the appeal, but there's like, yeah, this is copyrighted material or whatever. So I was like, oh, okay, I gotta be like super careful, even like on the YouTube content that I watch. So it's like, I don't know that I want. Well, at the end of the day, right now it doesn't matter because like my YouTube channel is whatever, like a handful of subscribers. So whatever, if that gets banned, I have no problem creating a new YouTube channel because like I'm starting from instead of whatever 5 or 7 subscribers on YouTube channel, I'm just starting from 0. Not a huge difference. The only
Maybe you could like, I don't know, tell people about it on your streams and try and reach people with it. Like actually advertise it. I don't know if you've ever have or if I've ever seen you do.
Yeah, no, you're right. I don't really advertise it. But let's just say if my YouTube channel like does get whatever more engagement, that's where it becomes tricky. Or like I have to be really mindful of copyrighted material because like, you know, I don't want to get to the point of like whatever hundreds of subscribers or whatever, the pipe dream of 1,000 subscribers, and then like, oh, I get banned or like my second copyright strike, and then I'm really like walking on thin ice, type of thing.
There you go.
So yeah, it's really tricky that I'm trying to like figure out. Do I like right now erring on the side of caution? Yeah, I don't know.
I get you. See, I think I've kind of run out of steam on discussing. Like, I think I got a lot of insight on sort of how you view things, and I think the chat did too.
Yeah, hopefully. I think Bob Marley has a better understanding of me.
You did?
That remains to be seen. So yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I believe so.
Alrighty.
Hey, it's been good speaking to you, and I'll get in touch about like setting up stuff. If you need any help with everything, I'm happy to. And also, like don't be shy if you need like someone to help, like I don't know, get people to watch your stuff, because I have no shame about being belligerent in telling people watch this. It's a good thing. Watch this now. I'm advertising this.
Yeah, well then, yeah, maybe I'll be a little bit more aggressive in my marketing campaigns or reaching out saying, hey, spread the good word.
It's up to you. It's your book.
Well, no, like I am trying, like even though like I'm not that I don't care, but I'm not obsessive about viewer count. I think that's pretty clear. But like I am trying to figure out like people that view me or come to view me, like what are they coming here for? Like, and that's why it's like I'm slowly moving away from panels, or at the very least not streaming them, because like even though I don't have like a lot of viewers, like my appearance on panels or me streaming panels like doesn't get a lot of engagement. And so like the message that I get is like if the chat can't interact with me, then they don't want to come to my channel, type of thing. And like it seems like the most engagement that I get is like going through research, as in like my highest viewership numbers tends to come from like I'm able to focus on chat while also going through research, going through some news articles, maybe watching the occasional videos, but like so far like of my small number of highest viewed streams, they were absolutely not me being on a panel. They were me covering research. They were me covering science. And so it's like, I'm probably going to look to focus on that, hopefully.
Yeah, I think people do look for you because it's unique to find someone who is a scientist. I'm talking on like left-wing Twitch. Like that is pretty unique, at least to my knowledge.
and you also come with a unique sort of optimistic, I guess, humanist perspective that sometimes people don't. So I figure, like, on panels you lose a bit of that, because even when you do sort of approach it that way, people can immediately rebuff you and say no, and say, I'm not going to engage with you on that. You know?
Yeah. And also at the same time, like, me on panels, like, yeah, I'm clearly not geared towards panels, just because, like, very often on panels, like, I'm sitting there not saying anything just because I'm not aggressive enough. As in, like, on a panel with 9 people, like, it's usually like typically the most aggressive, like, loudest speaker that, like, they have no problem interrupting someone else, so, like, I'll just never get a chance to speak. Or, like, I'll get a chance to speak after, like, I put up my hand to, like, the moderator, either Prime or Wick, saying, hey, I want to talk. Then I'll get a chance to talk. But, like, yeah, if I'm not given the explicit opportunity to talk, then, like, I'm not going to interrupt someone. And so it's like, yeah. Very often, like, if you're coming to my stream to watch me on a panel, you might just be watching me sit there, maybe occasionally saying something when I get a chance. So that's probably not the best. I'm trying to incorporate that feedback.
That is a very, very sort of, what's the word, intimidating environment, and some people will respond to that with being aggressive, with becoming the intimidation, you know, becoming the intimidating one. And it's not a bad thing to not decide to do that. You know, that's not a problem with you at all. It, in fact, kind of says that you're not necessarily a debate bro, which is a good thing, oftentimes.
Yeah, I don't think I have it in me. Like, I have no problem, like, whatever, sticking up for my boundaries or sticking up for myself. Like, I pretty much, like, never allow myself to, like, be walked all over. But when it comes to, like, on a panel, like, explicitly, like, interrupting someone or, like, talking over them, like, I'm just not gonna do that. But also at the same time, like I've engaged in shouting the rare occasion of shouting match, just because, like, well, yeah, if you're gonna start shouting at me, like, I have no problem shouting back, but I just know that it's like a ridiculous interaction. But I'm just, like, trying to, like, just be respectful and polite. It's not a matter of, like, me being, like, demure or, like, afraid to talk, or, like, well, I don't want to participate in the debate bro culture, so, like, I'm just not gonna interrupt you. But then obviously I'll just be interrupted by all the other debate bros on the panel. Get no opportunity to talk.
Yeah. See, I think that's a pretty good discussion, and yeah, I think I prefer this to kind of, like, any kind of sort of, let's pick a topic and argue about it, because really it's very artificial, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Even with arguments, I'm only interested, generally speaking, of having arguments that, like, I actually believe in, or, like, the position is my own. Unless it's, like, explicitly, like, a mock panel, like that Social Truth with F-bombs and Calyrex. Like, I have no problem playing a character, or attempting to play a character.
I feel bad that I didn't see that. What was it like?
No, well, I'll let the audience decide, but I'm essentially, like, channeling whatever inner Ben Shapiro that I have. Of, like, I've been told that I somehow resemble, or not resemble, my voice resembles Ben Shapiro, so I was like, well, I might as well just impersonate Ben Shapiro as best I can. The feedback that I got is that, whether this is a good thing or not, I don't know, but it seems like I'm decent at impersonating Ben Shapiro.
I think you have a slightly different voice tone. It's similar, but you're also you speak a lot slower because you're actually thinking about what you're saying, unlike Ben Shapiro. So
yeah, fair enough. Well, they're good. I got that going for me. But, like, yeah, on F-bomb's show, like, I'm trying to speak faster and just, like, stick to the talking, the conservative talking points. And it was totally, like, I enjoyed it. And it was definitely, the challenge was not breaking character, because, like, yeah, F-bombs definitely wants, during the show, for people to stay in character and maintain the character, and, like, it's totally difficult when, like, ridiculous or, like, pretty funny things are being said by another character, and, like, I just have to, like, play my super serious Ben Shapiro impersonation, where it's like, I'm, like, biting my tongue, make sure I don't burst out in laughter type of thing. So it's like if it's like a mock panel, like literally for fun, like I have no problem engaging with that, and like have like, if anything, like if the Twitch space incorporates more of that, I think that's cool. And also at the same time, like I'm totally okay with like having kind of like not ridiculous conversations, but like for fun, lighthearted conversations, where it's like I'm sort of in the middle, actually, of like organizing a for fun debate with aristocracy, cats versus dogs. I had a little bit, whatever, not a feud, but you know, we playfully got into it about cats versus dogs between me and Eris. So I'm like, hey, let's debate it. And so it's like, and it seems like they were down for it, and we're in the process of organizing it, and that should hopefully be down the line in the next few weeks, or maybe month or so.
Anyway, that's pretty cool actually. I'll be there for it if I can.
Yeah, Team Cats all the way. And thank you so much, Zeron. Always a
No
pleasure.
problem.
Take
I'll see you
care.
around.
Take care and be well. Bye bye.
I will. You too.
Welcome to Flavor Country.
Do that. Great as always. Well, thank you so much for the follow, Hunter's Crack Dealer. Much appreciated. Happy to have you here. Very entertaining username. And yeah, Team Cats all the way. Actually, that reminds me. There was this story I came across. Right. And owning a dog, selfish pursuit. This academic thinks so. 1 second. I gotta change. Should have done this a while ago. Still just an amateur streamer. I gotta change the title of my stream. I'll let the audience decide, Zeron. And yeah, it was a great discussion. Always a great discussion. Okay. Updated. One second. Okay, yeah, it appears changed. All right. So we're gonna wrap up, I guess, with this article. Actually, maybe touch on some other things, or before I head off to eat something in a long stream. I technically haven't eaten in a very long time. I went straight from the workout stream to home, had a little bit of a snack. I've been streaming for over 4 hours now. Most of my day has been spent fasting, technically. So, people want animals in their lives as accessories, argues PhD student Molly Lebensky. Digging into the stories of dogs in American literature led Molly Lebensky to realize a disconnect in our relationship to canines. Horrible and ooh. So, as much as I'm team cats, you know, let's not be too discriminatory, Bob Marley. Of like, not all dogs are horrible. And totally, dogs are wonderful creatures as well. I think over the last few decades, we've developed a bit more of an entitlement when it comes to our relationship with dogs. Said Lebensky, who was finishing her PhD in English at Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario. So, like, not a PhD in whatever, canine studies. Her deep dive into classics like Old Yeller, the story of a devoted dog who saves his human family on numerous occasions but gets a bullet in his head after contracting rabies, reveals a pattern in literature where dogs are discarded once their usefulness to humans subsides. Oh, and I missed this. Sorry. Yeah, with panels, that they could watch the same panel on 9 different streams, whereas your science contest, yeah, and that's something that I think I'm slowly realizing. You know, I'm a slow learner, but I do eventually learn. Where it's like, oh yeah, like it doesn't seem like the people who come here are coming here for panels. They're coming here like for like me or the content that I choose to cover. She says this attitude reflects our real-world relationship to dogs and other animals, arguing that people want them in their lives as accessories that can easily be discarded. I don't know if that's true. We'll find out. But I don't know if this holds only for dogs. I think this just holds for pets in general. That's my sentiment. As in, like, very many humans just view pets overall as expendable. Like, at least we see this very often in Canada. This probably holds true in very many countries when it's like moving day, July 1st. That's like whatever, International Moving Day across Canada. And just like pets get abandoned left, right, and center. Lebensky points to the high demand for so-called designer dog breeds, while thousands of dogs in shelters need good homes as a clear example of that. If you really think about it, I'm sure you'll dislike dogs when going to a friend's home. Would you rather them have a dog or not? Actually, it depends. It depends on the type of dog. Depends on how that dog behaves. Like there's many dogs that I love, and I've grown up and have had many dogs as pets, many cats as well, but also many dogs. I've had a yellow lab, or a golden yellow lab. I've had a German Shepherd. I've had a Cocker Spaniel. I've had a Yorkshire Terrier, a Dachshund. So I've been exposed to lots of dogs. These designer dogs include mixed breeds such as Golden Doodles, half Golden Retriever and half Poodle, Cockapoos, ridiculous, which are favored because they don't shed as much, or Pomsky, Husky Pomeranian, which are convenient for people who want smaller dogs. It's at the point where we've got designer dogs customized so they can come in any color, any pattern, any size. The word design is perfect. You design a dog in a way that really reduces them to more of a commodity than it does a companion. Yeah, you know? Pretty much the commodification of pets. In this case, dogs. Right? More capitalism bleeding into the real world. According to statistics from the American Humane Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, so the ASPCA, and the Canadian Humane Society, in 2019, nearly 400,000 shelter dogs were euthanized across North America. If we really love dogs, we would be trying to help ones that already exist rather than creating ones for our weirdly specific needs. Said Lebensky, who adopted an Australian Shepherd shelter dog during the pandemic. I think pet keeping has become largely a selfish pursuit. And so I think this is interesting that they believe that. Obviously, you know, this is just their intuition. Not based off of, you know, scientific evidence, as far as I know. But, you know, this is not surprising to me. And like totally, I'm biased. But like, yes, in our societies, or in most developed countries that have a certain economic system, like, things just seem to overall, over time, get distilled down to selfish pursuits. Of like, it's all about me, and so what do I want my pet to be? And I think we see that dimension play out across many things in society. We get dogs specifically for personal reasons that don't really benefit the dogs. Whether it's to assuage our own loneliness, or if you want to get more exercise, then getting a dog is the way to make it happen. Couples often get dogs to sort of test the waters before they have children. High demand for dogs. You will probably just get a new pet at some point after a prior's death, but it doesn't replace the prior pet you had, since every cat will have a different personality and relationship with you. So yeah, I tend to agree. Overall, there's more uniqueness in the personality of cats, at least in my experience. Anytime at a friend's house, dogs just annoy me. They bark, jump. Yeah, so that's a poorly trained dog. And I have no problem saying that whatever, the majority of dog owners are just like bad dog owners, or like poorly raising and socializing their dog. Like I honestly, I'm leaning towards like to have a dog, you probably like need to get like a license to own a dog, just because like yeah. It seems like dog owners, too many dog owners are just like awful people, have no business owning a dog. That same argument can be made for human adoption. Well, yeah, I'm a little bit behind. I'm not sure what argument you're referring to. You've never met a well-trained dog. Ooh. So it's like, and here is where, okay, try to bring in more research. See if I still have it. Might have gotten rid of it. But there was some interesting research. I can dig it up. Second. Ah, yes. I think I found it. Rather, I was 100% certain I found it. Okay. So, this was published a few months ago. April, May this year. Ancestry Inclusive Dog Genomics challenges popular breed stereotypes. Where it's like, you know, just as humans tend to rely, very many humans tend to rely on biological arguments of like, oh, this behavior is just driven by biology. It's like, well, hold on a second there. Too many humans make the assumption about dogs. So like, oh, just certain breeds of dogs are like this. Other, you know, some breeds of dogs are like super aggressive, other ones are not. You know, the pit bull, I think, is the classic example of like the pit bull is like very often like demonized or stigmatized just because it's viewed, that breed is viewed as like more aggressive or like more prone to like bite people, or like, you know, it's genetically driven to like be more aggressive. And actually in my area, Quebec, at one point, there was a pit bull ban because of that. That has since been overturned. So modern domestic dog breeds are only approximately 160 years old and are the result of selection for specific cosmetic traits. To investigate how genetics aligns with breed characteristics, Morit et al. Sequenced the DNA of more than 2,000 purebred and mixed breed dogs. These data, coupled with owner surveys, were used to map genes associated with behavioral and physical traits. Although many physical traits were associated with breeds, behavior was much more variable among individuals. In general, physical trait heritability was a greater predictor of breed, but was not necessarily a predictor of breed ancestry in mutts. Among behavioral traits, biddability, how well dogs respond to human direction, was the most heritable by breed, though very significantly among individual dogs. Thus, dog breed is generally a poor predictor of individual behavior and should not be used to inform decisions relating to selection of a pet dog. So it's like, you know, we can't even, okay, even though I would have said this a long time ago, but like, you know, emerging evidence is coming out that like, oh, we can't even make like biological assumptions about the behavior of dogs. Maybe we shouldn't make biological assumptions about the behavior of humans. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, like we definitely had. It was a huge controversy at the time. Where it's like, yeah, Quebec's dangerous dog law comes into effect today. And it was like in the past few years. But I think it's since been overturned or changed. Or it's like reverted back. But like, yeah, Quebec's dangerous dog law officially comes into effect Tuesday, and the city of Montreal has published its list of registered potentially dangerous dogs, including borough, postcode, blah, blah, blah. And like, yeah, this was, at the time, this was a politically contentious topic, where it's like, you know, it's almost like how the red pill community plays out. I was like, oh no, women are like, and men are, they're just like hardwired to behave this way. Like many people were making the same arguments of like pit bulls, they're like hardwired to behave this way. They're hardwired to just like be aggressive, and they're just like a biting machine. And it's like, that's clearly not true. Like at the very least, even if it is true, I think it's pretty clear that you can override the biological behavior, correct socialization. And like I think more and more research is going to come out, pretty much like reaffirming these findings. Pretty sure. So where was I? Right, wrapping this up. Pets of all kinds have been in high demand during the pandemic, according to research conducted by Abacus Data. About 900,000 more Canadians became new pet owners during the pandemic. This data was collected through an online survey of 1,500 Canadians, adults, between June 4th and 9th, 2021. Some animal shelters have noted an increase in pets being given up. It's been insane the number of surrenders we get. It's tripled in the time I've worked here, said Cassandra Ferranti, who for the past 6 years has been working as a dog trainer at Dog Tales, a private animal shelter and rescue near King City, north of Toronto. We get at least 5 to 10 surrender applications a day. We can't even keep up with the surrender requests. It's like super sad. Every year, Dog Tales is able to find adoptive homes for about 350 surrendered and rescued dogs. But Ferranti, who now manages the kennel, dealing with the surrender requests is difficult. It's the least favorite part of my job, I would say, because I can't relate to people who are surrendering their dogs. I can't understand how someone can just dispose of their dog, no matter how hard it is, if you're moving or whatever. Like, yeah, I echo this sentiment. Like, even though I lean towards cats and prefer them, I still have a deep affection for dogs. And like, it's hard for me to put myself in the mindset of like giving up a dog, or pretty much like giving up any pet. Obviously cats as well. Like, one of the reasons why, like, as much as I'm a cat person, and adore cats, like, want and have a strong desire to own, lots and lots of cats. Like, I don't currently own any cat because, like, if I ever own a cat, I want to make absolutely sure that I have the means to, like, support it in any capacity. And that mostly includes, like, the finances. As in, like, if I were to ever get a cat, or if I were to get a cat now, and it became sick, or, needed some sort of medical attention that I couldn't, like, pay for, or didn't have access to the money to pay for, I would totally go into, like, massive debt in order to, like, save my cat. Like, I'd max out my credit cards, I'd take out whatever loan that I could get, in an attempt to, like, save my cat. So, like, I want to make sure that, like, if I get a cat, I don't encounter that situation. I have the money to, like, support it and pretty much, like, do whatever it takes to, like, keep that cat happy and alive. What we can learn about dogs in literature. For her PhD work, Lebensky combed through canonical works of American fiction in which dogs are discarded, killed, or left for dead. She's identified troubling dog scenes in classics such as Harper Lee's To Kill a Mockingbird, John Steinbeck's The Grapes of Wrath, and Toni Morrison's The Bluest Eye. The working title of Lebensky's thesis is Who Let the Dogs Die? Domestic Animal Abuse in American Fiction. Now I understand, I guess, their academic interest in dogs. For me, the dog characters in literature are just as important as the human ones, said Lebensky. We think we have this great relationship with animals, but the reality of the fiction shows us otherwise. The dog is really often ignored as an individual in itself in literature. Lebensky draws on a framework known as animal standpoint theory, which aspires to analyze literature from the animal's perspective. Here's where I would maybe take issue with this terminology here. Is this theory? I might be ignorant on the field, but this seems to me like it should be more framed as, or worded as, animal standpoint hypothesis. Whatever. Theory has a very strict definition. Science. One of the founding figures of this theory is Josephine Donovan, Professor Emerita in the Department of English at the University of Maine and the author of The Aesthetics of Care on the literary treatment of animals. Animals are considered commodities, said Donovan, and under the law, they're considered property, and in science, they're considered objects for laboratory experimentation. And so to the extent that literature comes to stabilize the objectification of animals, that's what animal standpoint criticism is, discouraging. Condemning violence against animals in literature is one thing. Donovan goes further, arguing that animals should not be used in fiction without regard to their own point of view. Animals should not just be used as literary devices, said Donovan. So often they're just used as symbols or metaphors or in some way to comment on the state of mind of the human character. And the animal herself is discarded and then basically ignored. Donovan, whose forthcoming book is called Animals, Mind, and Matter, would like to see literature that would give the animals more voice. My overall goal is to break through this objectification and change the whole cultural notion so that we see animals as living subjects who have points of view, who have minds, who have feelings, who have thoughts, who have inner worlds, and wishes. So it's like basically humanizing animals. And I can get behind this. If we start humanizing animals more, maybe more people would turn plant-based, or more people would turn vegan. I'm all in favor for. While intrigued by certain aspects of animal standpoint theory, fellow author and dog lover Richard Telecki isn't convinced. I'm genuinely puzzled about Donovan's attitude towards the imagination, said Telecki, editor of an anthology called The Exile Book of Canadian Dog Stories. If you are too judgmental about the way writers in the past have used animals, you do a disservice both to the writer and to the past. You're going to wipe out much of Western literature. Booker Prize-winning author Yann Martel also finds the animal vantage point approach restrictive. The usefulness of animals for me is precisely that they're very rich as metaphors, said Martel, whose novels Life of Pi and Beatrice and Virgil rely on animal characters to tell the story. Life of Pi, never read the book. I've heard great things, but I have watched the movie by Ang Lee. Pretty good movie. Recommend. We tend to be very cynical about our own species. We tend not to be cynical about animals, especially wild animals. We imbue animals with a sense of wonder, of marvel, and that's very useful for a storyteller. Because then I can take an animal character and right away get beyond your natural cynicism. As for the violence toward animals in the novels Lubensky is studying, Martel argues it can inspire empathy, adding that writing stories strictly from an animal vantage limits imagination. At least the movie, I can only speak about the movie. The movie was pretty epic. English lesson vibes. Totally take your point. Stories are only useful for us. Animals don't have stories, said Martel, pointing out, for example, that telling the story of a slug from the slug's point of view serves no purpose for that creature, and it'll be quite dull for us, because the slug has a very limited intellect. Oh, I think this is using an extreme example of what Lubensky is arguing. Of certainly, I guess there are people that have slugs as pets, but I think that's a very small minority. And I think Lubensky is mostly trying to humanize animals that clearly have a human experience. Or some semblance of a human experience. Especially, the animals that we directly interact with regularly. Cats, dogs, birds, perhaps as well, etc., etc. Lubensky remains committed to advocating for animals, even fictional ones. There will always be a bit of discrepancy between the opinions of literary critics and authors. That I would say to authors to consider animals more fully than they are right now. It is easy to make animals ornamental in literature because they are rather ornamental in our lives already. Greater consideration for the animals. I can totally get behind. One moment. And just to bring the message home, I've covered this research many times before. Second of it seems like, generally speaking, those who follow a plant-based diet have greater empathy for non-human animals. And so if we humanize animals more, that promotes more empathy. That's an overall great thing. So with that, I'm going to look to end the stream here. Let's see if there's anybody read out to. Oh, 1 second. It looks like Egma is currently streaming. I think we're gonna raid out to them. I think they have wrapped up their fitness stream. Thank you to everyone that passed by, both earlier today during the workout stream. You, Bob Marley, you stuck through with me through the entire time. Workout, and the current stream. Much appreciated. Always grateful to have you here. Thank you, Zeron, for passing by and the great conversation. Thank you, Canadian Chronics. I'm missing a bunch of people, sure. Louis 13. And thank you for the follow. I only come back worse than before. Thank you, Deflux. Yeah, gonna be missing a bunch of people. But thank you, everyone. So I intend to stream next tomorrow, or rather, like, there's a high degree of certainty that I'm streaming next tomorrow because I have another talk scheduled for tomorrow at, I believe, 8 p.m. Eastern time. It's with another scientist, a molecular biologist, and technically I did my bachelor's in molecular biology, but I'm currently a biochemist. And we're going to be talking about sciencey things. So if you're interested in that, feel free to tune in. We're going to raid out to Tegma TV. They do workout and some gaming streams. I think they're in the middle of gaming now. So give them a follow. They're another based lefty fitness streamer. And yeah, until next time, take care and be well.
Actually, wait,
I have
someone
an
next
extra
neighbor that
on
built
Earth.
3D printers.
Here we go.
But then before I could buy one for
There you
her,
go.
she moved back to Michigan. That was kinda
Oh yeah, Tegma.